record. Okay. All right. How you all doing this morning? Rudy is in rare form. He is already crawling all over me. Rudy, I promise we're getting to demonstration. Although I have videos because it's unpredictable whether Rudy wants to cooperate. But clearly he likes you all, so he's here for the long haul. All right. Questions from yesterday. Questions or comments or aha moments. What do you have? Right. Anybody have anything they want to share?
Well, I just appreciated it. The difference between us and pets, having done the classes for us,
Hmm.
but it's also just good to hear it again and um
Hmm.
it just makes a lot of sense. It also helps me understand when my dog just walks away from a crystal, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing personal. It's just
Yeah.
try a different one. And honestly, I just can't say enough about how seeing Rudy in action. Thank you, Rudy.
Thank
Thank you
you,
very much because,
Rudy.
a picture's worth 1,000 words. Like, I'm calling this in real life, okay? Even though it's over Zoom, it
Yeah.
just getting to see it, you could describe it till you're blue in the face,
Hmm.
and you describe it very well, but seeing him do it and how he puts the crystal on his third eye, or then he puts that one on his mouth,
Hmm.
just amazing.
Yeah.
Really helpful.
Yeah, and Rudy is quite unusual because when I do in-person classes, and we're doing body layouts, or even when I'm teaching, energy healing classes, and I have the students on the healing tables practicing, he 100% of the time sits on top of every student and he hones in on the chakra that is the most out of balance. It is it's the most magical thing to watch because I always have everybody test their chakras. And it's a little uncomfortable when it's a throat chakra or it's a third eye, but like he'll even lay his paws. So I don't know if it's because I've had him since he was 5 months old and he has grown up participating in classes, but he's such a phenomenal teacher. It's like, I'm just going to turn it over to him. I'm just going to sit back and drink coffee all day. So yeah, Rudy, you're such a good teacher. I know. So thank you for saying that. He appreciates it.
Hi, Ali. I just want to second everything that Susan just said and you said. I'm not talking much because it's a struggle for me
Okay.
at the moment. I get breathless really
Mm.
quickly with this cold.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm remaining quiet because
Okay.
my voice sort of cuts out in between, in the middle of a sentence and things like that. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
So thank you for being here, not only in the middle of the night, but when you're not feeling well. I mean, that's just a real testament to wanting, to have this knowledge. And
yeah.
if you do
Yeah.
have a question, type it in the chat. Like I'll monitor the chat. You can absolutely do that because I don't want you to overexert yourself any more than you already are.
Okay, well, I'm new to Zoom, so I really don't know what I'm doing. Like, where would you type?
So the chat,
I get down the bottom.
Yeah, there should be a bar of all these options, and when you just click chat, it's going to open up a box and you can just literally type.
Okay. Yeah, like I only learned how to mute myself in our breaks yesterday by Googling in between. So,
You're doing great.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. But
Yeah.
yeah, I appreciate all this information. Crystal healing is something that, I have been interested in since I was a teenager.
Mhm.
And I did myself have a cat that broke her leg, about 25 years ago. And I used amethyst in her leg cast. I was just following from a book sort of thing and would practice some energy work on her. And the diagnosis was that she would never be able to use that leg properly again because it was fractured quite badly. But yeah, the vet said he was amazed because not only did it heal, but she will regain full use of her leg, and she did. So I said, it was those crystals, don't you? And he giggled and he said, well, I, I cannot argue against it, can I?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
ever since I've been hooked. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And and that's such a great story because there's just so many mysteries involving crystals. I mean, you all have some scientific basis to the crystals, but it just comes from working with them and trusting your intuition to grab the amethyst and
Yeah.
incorporate that into her healing. And I mean, crystals will, I mean, there is physics and frequency to this, but crystals will communicate with us if we can slow down enough, if we can just have moments of quiet every day, not just on a weekend and not just when it's convenient, but when we have those moments. And the more we work with crystals, by holding them, quieting our mind with them, carrying them on us, they will communicate even more, and you'll just find yourself intuitively grabbing a crystal and working that crystal with one of your pets. They are like a life coach. They will guide you in what to do.
Yeah.
We just have to listen. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. What an awesome story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got one of my cats now. He always gravitates to my blue lace agate. Actually, I've got a largish sort of palm size one,
Mhm.
and he loves that one. He's always laying on it, and yeah, I call him my crystal cat. But
Yeah.
yeah, so I've
Yeah.
got a few cats, and yeah, he's my crystal cat.
Oh,
He's really
nice.
really receptive to the crystals. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, and when you dig even deeper into what blue lace agate does, that's what he is seeking.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
thinking that when you were talking about that, um, the benefits, the meanings, and all of that about it
Mhm.
last night. So, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. And
yeah,
so that's important to pay attention to what
yeah,
crystals they are gravitating to. Um, because that's what they need in that moment. And if you find that they are consistently going to either calming or grounding crystals or like the quartz that's more elevating, and if they are consistent in what they're doing, that's what they need, like literally throughout the day, every day, to just help them with their energy. So they
yeah,
they will tell us what they need if we watch and pay attention.
yeah. He's a very sensitive boy, very
Hmm.
nervous around people and everything, and just yeah, he's one of those ones that will hide if people visit, but the minute they walk out, he's first one out. So yeah, very very sensitive to everything.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Any questions? Aha moments?
Leslie put a question in the chat.
Oh, thank you. I was so focused on you all. Let's see. Oh, you can't get your speaker to work today. Yeah, that happens. First of all, we are in Mercury retrograde and it is kicking our butts. That's all I can say. Then you add in the solar flares that are literally taking out electrical grids. So, Robin, who's supposed to be in this class from Ohio, she finally was able to make her way to a coffee shop to message me. And I'm like, don't worry. You got the workbook. You're good. So she's gonna hop into the class when it comes back next March. So let's see. Okay, Leslie, can't get your speaker working. Yesterday you said harder crystals work on chronic health issues, softer ones for acute. What's the science behind that? So it's can't really link it necessarily to science other than the the Mohs hardness of crystals and how crystals grow. The softer crystals tend to grow closer to water. Water is a flowing energy. I mean, rivers, oceans. I mean, I live right next to Lake Michigan that behaves like an ocean and it has waves. It's the craziest phenomenon. And that water energy is flowing, so it gets things flowing more easily. Um, so it's mainly looking at the Mohs hardness. Hard crystals, when like a lot of hard crystals either had one of two things happening. They were very, very deep in the ground, um, or they were compressed, like they were growing in like a cavity. Like think of those geodes that you can crack open and then it reveals the crystals on the inside. They're growing in a place where they're like pressing up against the walls, or there's land underground, plates underground that are pressing them. And so, crystals that are very deep or going through that tend to be very hard because they have to be in order to survive that environment. And that's why when you think about the hard things that we and animals have going on, it's been going on a long time. Those really hard crystals takes a long time for them to grow, a lot longer than the softer crystals. So it's just kind of putting all that together that because those crystals have had literally a hard life coming to be, they help on situations that create a hard life. So yeah, it's just really interesting, and I have found that in my work with crystals, and yeah, amethyst is a Mohs hardness 7. I mean, that's a relatively hard crystal. It works on headaches. It works on a relatively soft, acute issue. So it's not saying that they can't, but I find that the softer crystals like selenite, Mohs hardness 2, super soft. Calcite, Mohs hardness 3, super soft. Those work relatively rapidly on very, very soft issues like back pain. If you have an injury, headaches, not being able to sleep, emotions, because emotions are very fluid. And so the soft crystals are very fluid and they help with that. So does that make sense? Okay. All right, good. That's a great question. Okay. All right, before we dive into the workbook, um, I I just wanted to share this, and this actually comes from the energy healing classes that I teach that are pet related. Because I always like to give the more spiritual explanation for the companion animals in our lives. Now, you can always go online or you can get a book about spirit animal totems because every animal going, back to really a lot of Native American traditions, animals have specific meanings like buffalo and elk and deer and cows and bees. I mean, they all bring a message. So when an animal gets your attention, especially if it's an unusual animal and we see it, go look up the meaning. So I remember one time I was driving. It was kind of on a busy road and I was stopped at a stoplight, and a hummingbird came and hovered right in front of my window. And it's like, okay, I see you. That's interesting. And then I looked up the meaning of hummingbird, and it really made a lot of sense for that time in my life. But when I look at the animals that we have in our lives and we are in their lives, there's meaning there. So with cats, and I'm primarily just going to talk cats and dogs. With cats, like cat people, when we think about what cats literally do all day long, they sleep. They sleep in yoga positions. They sleep in the sun. They love to sunbathe. If you have a sunny window, you're probably going to find a cat in it. They are like they're nocturnal. They like to creep around in the middle of the night. Historically, they have been seen as very mystical, very spiritual, very magical, like ancient Egyptian culture, revered and honored cats. And when you think back to, just kind of ancient, I'm just going to call it pagan rituals. I mean, some people call it witchcraft, but it's just people who literally honor the earth. They work with the earth. They love to work with trees and herbs and things like that. They have cats. But what cats do, and if cats are in your life, they are here to teach us to slow down, to be more introspective, because that's what cats are. They sleep, they're introspective. Um, they want us to stretch. They don't want us going out for a run like dogs do. Cats are more methodical in their movements, so they want us to be methodical. So, um, cats tend to come to people who are very highly wired. I am highly wired. I mean, when I just think about my entire adult life, going through college, going through law school while working full time and going to law school at night, and then becoming a criminal trial prosecutor, and then having a traveling career where I'm teaching prosecutors, and now being multi-careered, I am highly wired to do stuff, make a difference. Cats are in my life to make me slow down. Okay. And they're very magical. So people with cats tend to be very interested in crystals and anything that is spiritual. And that's what they're here to teach us. Okay. Um, Dogs, on the other hand, when you think about dogs, they are very social. They are very active. They want to go out for a walk. They want to go for a run. They want to go outside and play. When I see people walking dogs, people come up and say hello to the dogs. They're not saying hello to the people, at least not here. And I'm one of those people. I always say hello to the dog. Dogs get their people to be more extroverted, to be more social, to get out of the house, to be more active. to exercise. Dogs tend to gravitate to people who energetically are a little more lethargic, and the dogs want them to get out. Like, don't be lethargic. Don't be a couch potato. Let's get out. Let's go for a walk. Let's go play frisbee. Let's go have fun. Dogs want their people to have fun and lighten up because dogs are not serious at all. They are pranksters. They make people laugh. So think about that, in relation to not only your cats, your dogs, but maybe if you're working with any of them, that they bring that energy. But the one thing, and this was really hard for me to accept, but I have seen it over and over again. Cats and dogs, as well as other animals that come in as companions, they are here to help us in our spiritual journey because we are a soul vacationing in a human body, having a spiritual experience. And they are here to help us on that journey, to help us evolve as a soul, to help us utilize this time. And because things happen and humans tend to not take care of themselves, or they just get too busy and they're not, you know, taking care of their spiritual life, their emotional life, their physical life. When we get sick, the companion animals in our life will take on that illness. I've seen this time and time again because they are here to serve. And that's why when I talk about crystals for animals, I am talking physical frequency and behavioral frequency. I'm not talking mental, mindset, focus, thoughts, beliefs. Animals don't have that. And I'm not talking spiritual connection because animals don't come here as a soul to learn and evolve. They come here solely to serve. And we cannot talk them out of it. And believe me, I have tried. I have done everything to say this is not for you to take on. This is my lesson. They're just going to laugh at you. They are here to serve. And that can mean taking the brunt of an emotional, behavioral issue or a physical issue. So many years ago, gosh, almost 20 years ago, um, my my sister was diagnosed with a rare breast cancer. She was young. She was 44 at the time. We didn't have cancer in our family at all. And now I know that it's not genetic, it's environmental, but it freaked us out. And that's really what got me working with holistic medical doctors and really started this journey for me. But what was interesting, 6 weeks before her diagnosis, her 2-year-old dog was full of cancer and died. That dog was 2. That doesn't happen. That's really rare. I've never said this to her. I never will. And it's really hard to share this with people who are going through it, but I teach it. That dog took the brunt of that cancer because even the doctors said your chance of survival beyond 5 years are really slim. That was in 2007, so she's 18 years. That dog took it for her. That is really hard to accept. That's really hard to accept. But that is their purpose. Like we all have a purpose for being here. We literally spend our lifetimes figuring it out. Animals know their purpose. You can't talk them out of it. And that's why even when I teach animal classes, I'm always encouraging you take care of yourself. Like we have to have as best as we can the best physical health, the best emotional health, the best mental health, the best spiritual health, the best overall frequency that we can. It's never perfect. It's never perfect because we're surrounded by so much that wants to tear down our frequency. But when we are doing everything that we can, that helps the companion animals in our lives. So this is not just about them. We are so intricately tied to them because of our energy fields. And they are in our lives for a reason. All the animals in your life chose you for a reason. I mean, I joke about this with people that even if you go into an animal shelter, like I want to adopt a cat, there are all these cats there that any of them would be lovely to have, but there's one. There's one. And that animal is picking us, kind of like how crystals pick us. It's a frequency exchange because that animal has a job for you in particular. So just keep that in mind. And if your animal is dealing with something like Dobby has a heart mass right now, I know for a fact I don't have anything wrong with my heart. That's from his previous life. And while I don't know what his life was like the first 12 years, he obviously lost a home and ended up at an animal control shelter. His heart was broken. I worked with him for 6 weeks, doing all sorts of energy work and crystal work and essential oil work. His heart was broken. I did not plan on adopting him. Of course, he developed a heart mass. Of course, he did. Okay. So, not everything will necessarily be tied to you. So, I don't want you to be freaking out that, oh my gosh, my cat is in kidney failure. My kidneys must be in kidney failure. No, no. But at the same time, if you know, I think I'm starting to get digestive troubles, don't be surprised if your pet starts having digestive troubles. If you are having episodes of anxiety or depression, be mindful that your pet could start experiencing anxiety or depression. Okay? It's not 100%, but when you are experiencing something, obviously work on yourself, but work on your pet. You can't ask them to not take it on, but you can certainly help them. And that's where the crystals come in. So does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. And this can even be, if you have like Susan, you have horses. Like they are not just wild, feral, wildlife animals. They are part of your family. So even them. Be mindful of that. Be mindful of that. So,
Well, an example of that is my favorite cow, who's actually 15 years old now. Um, but she developed mastitis from self-sucking.
mm,
Who even knew? But I mean, oh my gosh, I was so like I fought for her. Everyone's like, "Yep, send her to the butcher." I'm like, "Of course not. That's my baby." And I just we had such a connection. I don't know. I'm not going to take up our time here to try to figure it out, but of all the 7 cows that I have, the other one that I milked also will let me come up to her. But this cow, we're like this when I go out.
yeah,
She and her son, they are the two that are the most friendly.
yeah,
And it's just, yeah. So there's a lot of links there. I'm gonna have to reflect on that. I mean, I've already come up. I do have a whole story about the similarities between her and me. So yeah, that's just amazing. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. And that's why animals are such great teachers. I mean, they teach us a lot about ourselves. So yeah. Okay. All right. We are going to pick up with crystal practices. So that's page 27 in your workbook. we're going to get into specifics today of things that you can do. So, the reason that I teach this class separately is because, Rudy is not me. Humans are very different than animals, yet in many ways we are similar. But like I said, when working with animals energetically, we are solely focused on the physical body and the emotional body. With humans, when I teach, whether it's crystals, essential oils, or energy healing, I am talking about our energy layer, this aura that I talked about yesterday. And I'm talking about the physical layer, the emotional layer, the mental layer, which is our beliefs and thoughts, and the spiritual layer, which is our lessons. Those last two layers we're not dealing with the animals. They are physical and emotional, and that's it. They don't have karma that they're working to resolve. They don't have past life issues. They don't have spiritual issues. They don't have lessons to learn. Like they literally come in. To me, they are the equivalent of angelic energy. They are here to serve. They're like, I don't have any lessons. Like I'm pretty dang pure. Like I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I'm here to serve. And even the animals that, even when they experience horrible things, so many of them are resilient. So many. I mean, I have literally thousands of stories of how resilient they are. But every now and then, I do encounter an animal that is very human, because when we experience trauma, we go through the process. We tend to shut down, we bury it, we don't deal with it, and then it results in a physical problem, and then we're forced to deal with it. And there are some animals like that we do need to help because they just kind of got caught in that loop and they just can't get out of it. So when I'm working with animals, I really understand and recognize that they are highly sensitive to energy. They know when a storm is coming. They know when an earthquake is coming. They know when a tsunami is coming. They know when a tornado is coming. They react to people that they see. If you're walking a dog and they encounter somebody, they could be super friendly or they could be snarling and barking their head off. They do the same thing with animals. They may get along with some cats and dogs, and other cats and dogs, they don't. They are highly sensitive to energy. They just read energy all the time. So when we are offering crystals, any sort of session that we do is short. Kind of as humans, we are programmed that when we go for a massage or we go for an energy healing session, it's typically an hour long. At least that's what it is here. And I can tell you right now, we don't need an hour. We don't. Energy works like that. Like we need 5 minutes. But it's an opportunity for us to slow down and just take a break. For animals, short sessions, really short sessions, and allowing them to dictate it. When they get up and walk away, don't chase them. Let them get up and walk away. Now, before we do anything with animals, we need to try to be in the best energy that we can. So, wearing crystals, like I have a necklace on. This is it's got rose quartz and amethyst in it. Amethyst, calming, rose quartz, very heart-centered. This is kind of a go-to that I wear when I am going to work with animals. Most of the work that I do now is in animal shelters. That's where a bulk of my work is done. So I'm just wearing this so that I'm very heart-centered because I am meeting animals for the first time. And knowing that I have a very short time frame with them, I may only have 15 minutes with them. So they're getting to know me. And oh, by the way, here's some energy. Here's some crystals. You can put crystals in your pocket. Remember the left side of the body, you are taking on the energy of the crystal. The right side of the body, the crystal is sending out energy. And this is why I have crystals in both pockets, because I need to be a certain frequency, calm, stable, not frantic. And I want to send out a loving energy. So amethyst, black tourmaline, blue lace agate in my left pocket. In my right pocket, rose quartz, clear quartz. Those are good ones. I mean, even citrine, which is a happy energy. So, I put a section in your workbook about selecting and connecting with crystals, and this is for you. This is for you to do because if you're wondering, okay, what do I do? Like, what crystals do I need to pick for me before I'm going to be good, for helping an animal? Trust your intuition. Whatever you grab, that crystal is saying, hey, 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 pick me, work with me. But you can also intuitively select. You can, your receptive hand, which is the hand that you don't write with. Now, both hands can be receptive, but the hand that you don't write with is generally your receptive hand. You can literally hold your hand over a crystal, and if you feel anything, if you feel coolness, if you feel warmth, if you feel tingling, or if you just know, that's all intuition. You can do that. You can work with a pendulum, and shortly I'm going to teach you my technique for working with a pendulum. It might be different than anything that you've learned, but you can hold a pendulum over the crystal, and if it says yes, then okay, that's your crystal. You can also use what's called the body technique, and I'll also teach you that in a moment. It's kind of a muscle testing technique with crystals. But just trust if you're drawn to a crystal to wear as jewelry, wear as a bracelet, put in your pocket so that you are of a certain frequency, then just trust that. Just trust that, okay? Now, before working with animals, I I think it's a good idea to get their permission. Like I just don't start brushing an animal with a crystal. I don't sweep it through their energy field. I don't start laying crystals around them. I get their consent. And that's why I'm going to hold out a crystal in my hand and see if they come to it. I don't shove it in their face. I'm usually a couple feet away from them and I just hold it out. And if they don't leave and walk away, it's like, okay, they didn't come to it. Coming to it and being curious, that's consent. If they get up and walk away and go into another room, that's them saying no. Like no to all of it. Like, no, I don't want this. If they just kind of sit there, it's like, okay, they're open to crystals, just not this one. So let's try another crystal. And if they still sit there and they're like, try another crystal. And you can start inching them closer and see how they do with it. So I'm always watching their reaction. And especially like first time offering crystals to your pets or an animal like that I don't know, I'm making sure that I'm coming at it from my heart. Like, I'm here to help you only if you want it. If you don't want it, that's okay. Forcing any sort of energy on animals is a hard no. That's a big no-no. And unfortunately, I see people doing this. And it's like, no, 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 no. Even if an animal is in trouble, I'll put the crystals on me so that I am literally oozing crystal energy in their presence, but I'm not going to force it on them. Okay. Um, what I like to see is them gravitate toward the crystals. So if they are walking away, if they are trying to get out of the crystal energy, one thing that it just may be new to them because they're so sensitive to energy. They may be wondering, what the heck is this? Like, you're a human. I didn't know that you knew how to do this. It's a little unnerving to me, so I'm going to leave. One thing that you could do is just slowly start having crystals out in your environment. Put a crystal on a coffee table, a dining room table, the nightstand in your bedroom. Just slowly start having crystals that are going to infuse the air. That will start getting them used to it. It won't be so overwhelming. But I really, I mean, I don't have any recollection of an animal really avoiding crystals with me. If I just approach them gently, they know that I am seeking their consent. If I were to just come at them with crystals, like lay down, I'm going to brush you, no, they're not going to go for that. So just knowing that I'm coming from my heart, I'm asking their consent, they're going to give it. They're going to give it. So that's just a good way of approaching that. Um, Pendulum testing, and I am going to show you some videos, but I want to teach you. There's a lot of different teachings about how to work with a pendulum. The pendulum is going to be unique to your frequency. When I see anybody talking about, when a pendulum is telling you yes, it's swinging clockwise, and when it's no, it's counterclockwise. No, no, no. It's like, no. Because your pendulum is going to be unique to you. It's going to be unique to your frequency. And here's why. Here's why. First of all, when a pendulum does not have to be a crystal. It does not. It just needs to be anything that's weighted on the end of a chain or on the end of a string. I have literally used a paper clip on the end of dental floss. I was on an airplane and I had an idea and I needed to pendulum test it immediately. And all I had was dental floss and a paper clip, and I was able to make a pendulum. Okay, it does not have to be a crystal, number one. And number two, this is not woo-woo. This is how muscle testing works. When you ask a yes or no question, you are literally getting information from your higher self, which is your soul. Your soul knows everything, absolutely everything. We're not talking about tapping in to God or source or the creator or ascended masters or angels. No, no, no. You are checking in with the most wise, all-knowing part of your soul. Your soul knows everything. When you ask that question, you don't have to do any special connection. When you ask a yes or no, literally your brain, your nervous system sends out electrical impulses through your nervous system, literally going down your arm, through your fingertips. And when you hold a pendulum, the impulses move it. The impulse of how it moves is unique to you. So that's why when somebody says yes is clockwise and no is counterclockwise, maybe not for you. You have to figure it out for you. Now, when I'm holding a pendulum, I like to have a really good grip on it. Pinching it like this is not a good grip. It's a little too shaky. And I see people all the time. They're moving their hands when they're pendulum testing. I don't know how that's accurate. I don't, I should ask them how it's accurate for them. What I do is I loop the chain over my index finger, I pinch it with my thumb, and then I put my elbow on a table. My hand is super steady. So if you have your pendulum and want to do this, um, do any of you know your yes and your no, how your pendulum swings? So Susan, yeah, you've done this a lot. So Kelly, Leslie, do you know yes or no? Okay, this is good. So if it doesn't swing that much, it just comes with practice. This is like going to the gym and lifting weights. This is just a muscle that you need to strengthen. So what you're going to do is you're going to hold it and you're going to say, "Show me yes." And it's going to start moving. Initially, it may be very subtle, but the more you work with it, man, it will swing. I mean, mine swings so hard, it just sometimes smacks me in the head. So you're asking it, show me yes. Here's the thing. The pendulum is not the power. You are. You can pick up any pendulum and it will always swing the same way. So the pendulum is just the outward signal. Because we already know the answer. This is the weird thing. You can literally use a pendulum on anything. You can ask any question, you're going to get a yes or no. You may not like it, but you're going to get a yes or no. We already know the answer. This is just an outward symbol, kind of like a second opinion to validate what we already know. Okay. So I'll be out in stores and the rare occasion I go into a crystal store, usually to shop for fake crystals to show during class, I will pick up a pendulum in the store and I just ask it, can I work with you temporarily? And if it says yes, here we go. Here we go. It doesn't have to be yours. It can literally be anything. It just has to be a little weighted. Okay, so did y'all get your yes? Okay. Now ask it, show me no. And it is going to change how it moves. You're going to get a totally different swing. Now, asking it yes and no questions is important so that when we start working with animals, first of all, you can hold this over a crystal and ask. This is Rudy's favorite crystal, that druzy amethyst. Should I comb Rudy with this crystal? Yes, of course, because he loves it. And I know it, and I don't even need to ask, okay? So you can ask. You ask a very specific, very precise yes or no question. We can also use a pendulum to test the chakras of our pets. And I will talk about chakras in a little bit. But we can literally go over their body. We don't even have to test the chakras. We could just hold a pendulum to ask the question, does Rudy need some crystal work today? It's going to say yes or no. Um, does Rudy need carnelian in his water to support his kidneys? No, I gotta know because his kidneys are fine. You can hold it over them and ask questions. Now, if you don't have a pendulum, so here's the thing that I always teach in my classes. You can go into a crystal store and work with a pendulum to buy your crystals. That's totally normal. They are not going to think twice of it. But if you go to a crystal show where there's just all these crystal vendors Do not pull out a pendulum. They are going to look at you like you are the big weirdo in the place, and they're not going to take you seriously because at those crystal shows, they tend to be more old school geologists, miners. They are more into the science and the geology. And if they see the woo-woo person coming forward with a pendulum, you are not going to get any deals. Okay? If you carry your crystal books, they're not going to take you seriously. So, how do you test to see if you should get a crystal? This is a body test. So, what you're going to do here, let's do it together. So, you're going to stand up. You're going to stand up and you're going to have your feet hip width apart. Okay? Now, we all tend to do this the same. This is different than the pendulum. We all tend to lean the same way. When we ask a yes question or a question that the answer is yes, we are literally embracing it. Yes, this is good for me. Think of embracing. When you go to hug somebody and embrace them, what do? You lean forward. When you're repelled by something, when it's a no, you're pushed back. So, when you ask a question, like right now, ask, is my name, and then state your name. So, is my name Allie? Yes. I lean forward. Now, come up with another name that is not your name. Is my name Bethany? No, I just went backward. Okay. Now, you can pick up a crystal. Should I work with this crystal today? Oh, I gotta know. I gotta know. Okay. Should I work with this crystal today? I got a yes instantly. Okay. This is muscle testing. So, if you've ever worked with a holistic doctor, a functional medicine doctor, sometimes they'll have you hold your arm out. And when something is not good for your body, like they're testing like supplements, vitamins, minerals, herbs, and when something is not good for your body, they can press your arm down. Like you have no idea what they're asking. So it's not like you can come up with the answer, but your body literally goes weak. But when something is good for your body, your arm stays still. This is a technique that a lot of doctors work with that are more holistically minded. So this body technique is a version of that. You know the answer to everything. Our brain and our ego is like, you don't need to know that. But we know. And so we can tap into that. This is what I do when I go to shows. Nobody knows what I'm doing. Nobody sees what I'm doing. It's so subtle, forward or backward, forward or backward. I will even ask, is this crystal real? Is this crystal fake? Because sometimes I don't have the time or the ability to do a lot of testing, but I'll look at a crystal and it's like, I'm not entirely sure that that's real. I already know the answer. If I need to even body test and ask, is this real or fake? I know it's fake. I'm giving myself a second opinion. Okay. So that's a fun thing to do. All right. Let me show you how to pendulum test with animals because, well, it turns out to be a toy for them. So there's a way that you can do it. Okay, this is Dobby. This is my 18-year-old. And there's my hair color pre-COVID before I let all the white come in. So there you go.
So I'm going to demonstrate how to do pendulum testing on pets. This ends up being a toy for them, so you're going to see that I come from behind. So, hey, Dobby. Oh, the kitties are doing something outside. Dobby, let's distract them. Start at the base. Move to the sacral. Move to the solar plexus. Oh, Dobby, your solar plexus is not doing good. Go to the heart. We're going to go right up and down the spine. The throat. The third eye, and this is where they may see it and get distracted. You don't want to put it right in their eyesight because they will get distracted. And then the crown. Good job, Dobby. Good job. So use something to distract them. Treats could make them go a little kind of bonkers. Use another crystal. Or you can even use another pendulum. Anything that is weighted on a chain works as a pendulum.
All right. Did that make sense? And I am going to talk about the chakras and where they're located if you're not familiar with that. But I just tested the 7 primary chakras on him, and you just go right up the spine. Okay, it's hard to do it in front of them because they are going to play with the pendulum, and that's what you don't want. Okay, so this is a way of basically getting a second opinion on what you already know. Okay, so if they're having digestive problems, the solar plexus is probably going to be out of balance. You know, if it's a rescue animal, if you just adopted them, or if they just lost a person or a pet, the heart chakra may be out of balance. You're getting confirmation that, yep, it is. And then you know what to work on. Okay, any questions about that? Okay. All right, so here, before we do that, I want to talk about programming crystals. So I mentioned yesterday that clear quartz, it's known as the master healer because its only job is to just move chi in the body, to move energy. It does everything because it's just silica. So here's the interesting thing. Humans and animals that have high levels of silica are healthier. Silica is anti-inflammatory. Silica is very healthy in the body. If you look at any vitamin or supplement that you take in a capsule, it probably contains silica as an added ingredient. We need silica in our body, so do animals. And that's why quartz, silica is so beneficial. But we can program quartz. This is why Silicon Valley, with all the tech, the phones, the computers, all the technology, this is why they work with silica because they can program it to do things. Now, we don't necessarily have the technology to program it other than we're going to put an intention into the quartz. Now, when I mentioned early on in the class that, human emotions, we are not, basically, a crystal does not take on human emotions. So what we're doing is we are becoming the program for the crystal. So we are utilizing the quartz to blend the quartz and our intention, which then connects into the quantum field. Because quartz can be programmed to do that. So we become the program with the crystal. First of all, you don't need to program every crystal. Quartz is the only one that you can program. Not quartz with iron, because iron is an impurity and it will impact it. It has to be pure, clear quartz. But we're not going to program every single one. But if you want to program a small piece and put it in the bed that your pet sleeps in, or when we talk about grids later today, you can absolutely do that. Okay. But just remember, we may program and put an intention into a quartz, but is that really what our pet wants? Like right now, Dobby, I mean, even though he's active, runs around, he seems happy, he's technically in hospice here. He's near the end of his life. So I'm doing things to support him, but I am not going to program a quartz to interfere with his life path. I will program a quartz to support him and give him comfort and give him joy for however long he wants to be here. So this is where I'm allowing his free will to supersede, but the original program is I want the best for you. I want you to feel good. I want you to feel happy. I want you to have vitality, but your free will prevails. So as long as you are okay with this program, great. Okay, does that make sense? We don't force anything on an animal, okay? Because it won't work. It won't work. So if you take a clear quartz point, so look at your crystals from class, and it can just be any clear quartz. It can be big, it can be small. What we're going to do is I'm going to teach you the programming technique, okay? So what you do is you're going to hold the crystal in your, remember we have a receiving hand. It's typically the one that we don't write with. And we have a sending hand, the one that we do write with. Put it in your sending hand, your dominant hand. Think of an intention that you want for pick an animal. What do you want for them? And we always say it as if it's already happened. So, like for Dobby, it could be, Dobby is enjoying vitality and joy. He has good energy with everything he's dealing with, and he's happy. That's great. I want him to continue that as long as he does. So come up with something, and we don't say intentions with I want or I wish, because when you're dealing in the quantum field, it'll keep you wanting and wishing. Just state it matter of factly, like it's already happened. And then what you're going to do is you're going to squeeze the quartz. Squeeze it, because remember, quartz is piezoelectric. And when the crystal is squeezed or pulsed, like in technology, it's like being rapidly tapped. Tap, 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 tap. Okay? We're going to mimic the same thing. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. As we say in our mind over and over and over again the intention, and we're going to do it for 60 seconds. Okay? So go ahead and think of something, and let's do this for 60 seconds. All right. And then I like to end it with, may this be correct and for the good of all. And that's where we are not forcing it on them. If it's correct and good, fantastic. If not, it just won't do anything. It just won't do anything. So when you do that, you can then put this crystal with them. You can slide it under their bed or where they like to sleep. Or when we talk about grids, it can go into a grid. Okay. Now, I was taught that a program last about 30 days. And of course, I was that student, and I'm like, well, why 30 days? Why not 28? Why not 44? Why 30? And my science teacher, she said, I have just found that it lasts 30 days. So I have pendulum tested this. And sure enough, it's about 30 days. So just make sure nobody else touches it because it's a specific program for them. So after I program it, I put it in a grid or I put it in their pet bed and I let it be. I let it be. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? How to do that? Okay. All right. The next thing that we can do, I'm just giving you all sorts of different practices here, is just having crystals around your home. Okay. This is Rudy. This is Rudy almost every day, curling up and sleeping with crystals. This is what he does. He seeks it out. I have crystals all over my house. Sometimes he'll end up on, in a bookshelf because he did that yesterday after class. He climbed into the bookshelf here where I have a crystal grid and he curled up and he slept in the grid. He moved all the crystals around, so I have to reactivate it. But he's always seeking out where to sleep with crystals. So when you have crystals throughout your home and you're thinking, okay, what energy do I want? What energy do I want in my bedroom? Usually calming, soothing energy, right? So amethyst is good, rose quartz is good, blue lace agate is good, black tourmaline is good. What do I want in like the living room or the family room where we hang out? That could be more uplifting crystals, anything quartz based. Maybe you want harmony among people and pets. Amethyst is good. Rose quartz is good. Citrine is good. So think about the energy that you want, and then you can just start placing crystals there. And if you don't have bigger crystals that, can be put out like a decoration, you know what it does, but sometimes they make beautiful decorations. If you just have a bunch of littler crystals, you can put them together in a jar and set them out. Because remember, each little crystal, the energy goes out several feet. And when you start blending them together, the principal interference is adding them together and they create a bigger energy field. So you could have a little bowl of crystals on your nightstand, on your dining room table, a kitchen table, in an office, in a basement, wherever you want to have crystals, you could take your little crystals and put them together. Just think of what they do and what you want for the energy of that space. Okay? Animals love this. And then pay attention to where they gravitate. Are they spending more time in certain rooms versus other rooms? All right. So now actually, let's take a 5-minute break before we dive into a crystal session. Do you have any questions so far? Okay. All right, let's take a quick 5-minute break here. All righty. Okay, the next thing we're going to talk about is how to have a crystal session. Now, first you want to figure out, okay, why do I want to have a crystal session? Like what's going on? What's going on that I want to try to help with? From there, you figure out the crystals. And this is where you can pendulum test. You can just intuitively select. You can select one crystal. You can do a chakra body layout, which I'll talk about shortly. You can go to a crystal book. But I like to just pick a few crystals and then offer them and see what they're interested in. And, I let them get acquainted with the crystals. And especially, if if it's a first time, if you've never done crystal work with an animal, I just leave the crystals out where, you know, they can just be around them, check them out, sniff them. Just make sure that they are not so small that they could be swallowed. Okay, just I'm usually going for the bigger crystals that I leave out in the open. And before you're going to work any crystal with an animal, just make sure that you're calm, like you're not anxious, you're not angry, you're not agitated. This is where you can simply have crystals in your pocket. You can hold a crystal and just breathe deeply. Typically we can center ourselves and ground ourselves pretty quickly, within 20 to 30 seconds. So just do that. And then I just approach them slowly, like I'm not coming at them with crystals. Um, Wherever they are, like if they're sitting on a bed or laying on a couch or laying on the floor, I get on their level. I am never hovering over an animal. That is a dominant position in doing this kind of energy work. We are not dominant. We are partners in this. So I get on their level. I approach them slowly. And if they, I mean, you guys, I literally cannot make this up. Look at Rudy. He is right here. Rudy, you're so fun. I know, I know. I do have videos, Rudy, but the live is amazing. Um, if they are really antsy at the beginning, I will still offer them a crystal and I do the brushing right down the spine. Look at that. Like you guys, I cannot make this stuff up. I cannot make this stuff up. He just woke up. He was in a real deep sleep. Oh, Rudy, you are such a good boy. This right here can be its own session. Okay. So if you have this type of crystal that just has really, really tiny, tiny points, not the real jagged points, you could test this out. I know, Susan, you're without a four-legged companion right now. If you have a tumbled crystal, just go ahead and just pet right down their spine. Oh my gosh, Rudy. So he kisses everybody who comes over to my house for classes or events, and he is affectionately named that guy in the bar because he doesn't take no for an answer. He's that guy in the bar. Okay. All right, Rudy. Thank you. That was a beautiful demonstration. So here, Rudy, honey. Good grief. All right. Thank you, Rudy. Um, once they have calmed down and preferably laid down, then you can put crystals around them. So rule number one, we don't put crystals on animals. We lay them around because remember, they have this energy field. The energy field connects with the body through frequencies. I don't know any animal that wants a crystal laid on them. Now, if they are like Rudy standing up, you can absolutely press directly on the body and you can brush them with it. So that's one technique you can do. You can also, depending on the animal, you can take a crystal that is a wand or a point, and you can go through their energy field. So you can go off the body. So, and I have videos of this where I'll show you how to do it, but you can go off the body, always from head down to their tail, head down to their tail. Okay. And if you're placing crystals around them, you can do specific placements. You can try to align with the chakras, or you can just place crystals around them. Here's the interesting thing that'll happen, and I am going to show you a video on this. if you get crystals in place, like you've figured out this is what I want to do and this is where I want the crystals to be in relation to the body, if the animal gets up and repositions, do not move the crystals. They are telling you, no, I don't like this layout. You may put grounding crystals near their tail, because that's what we generally do. The root chakra, we put grounding crystals. We put the more high frequency quartz near the crown. If they flip, they're telling you, I need high frequency at my root, especially my kidneys, and I need to ground my thoughts, so they will flip themselves. Pay attention to that because it's really fascinating. Almost always, they will get up and they will reposition themselves. And that's where the teaching comes in. It's like, okay, but I was taught to do this. They're gonna blow it out of the water and say, yeah, but this is what I really want. And that's where we pay attention to that. Okay. Now, when they are laying in crystals, dogs are much better about laying in crystals. Cats in general, like these guys, I can ambush them when they're sleeping because number one, they have been surrounded by crystal energy every day of their life living in my house. So they can't get away from it. I basically have 24/7 consent. I've also done a lot of specific crystal work with them. So when they're sleeping, I will lay crystals around them. And if they don't like it, they literally wake up and get up and move. Okay, great. Then they didn't want it. Dogs are much better. They're going to lay there. And let them decide how long they want to lay in the crystals. Okay. Short sessions are better, but let them decide. Let them decide. And then what I do is I look for energy releases. They will yawn. They will do a deep stretch. The skin will ripple, like twitch. Those are all energy releases. Okay. Now, if you get to the point where they're not moving, you can always leave them in the layout. Rudy's trying to tip over my computer. Rudy, stop. Um, at the end, like if I'm declaring a session is ending, I will run a crystal through the aura for any residual energy that needs to release. Okay. So let me show you. I'm going to show you some videos here.
Allie, before you
Yes.
start the video, can I ask if you recommend particular crystals for that at the end, for, you know, running over their aura at the end?
Yeah, clear quartz. It is always a good choice. I mean, it does everything. Good for clearing. I also like selenite.
Mhm.
Those are probably the two that I use the most for clearing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great question. All right, here we go.
So Dobby is going to demonstrate how you can take a cluster and you can comb your pet right down the spine.
Oh, did we freeze? Why did that freeze? Here,
Dobby, what do you think?
here we go. I'm literally clicking the button to play and it won't play. All right. All right, let's go to the next one because that's just demonstrating how you brush. So, oh my gosh. What is going on with my computer? Hold on. PowerPoint's going crazy right now. All right, I've got to shut down PowerPoint. Oh my gosh, my compute. My computer has been possessed. Hold on. This is, if I could show you what is happening, it is weird. A poltergeist just possessed my PowerPoint. Okay, hold on, hold on. Yikes. Welcome to Mercury retrograde.
Yeah, or a solar flare or something.
Oh my gosh, it started running through all the slides. Rapid fire. I have never had that happen. I just hope now it's doing it with everything on my screen. Okay. I probably need to disconnect and restart my computer. I don't know if somebody has tried to take over my computer. This is weird. Don't move. Okay. I'm going to reconnect and come back in. Wait, it just stopped. Like everything on my desktop started. Okay. All right, hold on. Maybe I don't have to do that. That was weird. I have never seen that before. Holy moly. If that happens again, I'll just hop out and come back in. Oh my gosh, that was so weird. All right, let me get back to where we were. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's hope this works. That was so strange. Okay, let's try it again. It's not working. It's like flickering the PowerPoint screen.
So Dobby is going to demonstrate how you can take a cluster
I'll try this.
and you can comb your pet right down the spine. So Dobby, what do you think? Oh, he loves it. He's brushing himself. Good job, Dobby. Good job. And then I just start right at the head and I go right down the spine. And I'm physically touching. I mean, it's a crystal brush. What do you think, Dobby? What do you think? He's getting all lively. It's called Aurora quartz or anandamide. So it's a really high vibrational quartz. Oh, were you going to bite it? Were you going to bite it? Look at that. What do you think? Oh my goodness, Dobby loves his crystal. You gonna bite it? They love it. So, if it has really small, fine points on it, it works great. But even if it's got bigger points, as long as you're not really digging it in, it's just amazing how it works.
So that is a very high vibrational crystal from the Himalayan mountains. It's just pure quartz, very energizing. And Dobby being a senior pet, that energizes him. So that right there alone is a crystal session, just combing. Super easy to do. I mean, my three get brushed every day, even 30 seconds. Every day is just intentional, targeted crystal energy for them. And they love it. They absolutely love it. All right, let's go to the next video. I hope this doesn't act up anymore. That was weird. My computer is possessed. Look at his little paw. He just, Dobby positioned himself on my desk. The point is going right into his heart. He has a heart mass. I did not put him there. I did not put the crystal there. I had the crystal just sitting there on my desk, and he positioned himself. That's what you pay attention to. Watch what they're doing. And he was moving it with his paws, targeted right at his heart, because he knows what he needs. I'm not forcing it on him. He's doing it himself. Okay. All right, next video. This is a shelter cat. When I lived outside of DC, The organization is called King Street Cats. I call it a free range cat orphanage. So the cats are all free roaming. And oh my gosh, this cat was so sad, so sad. But I'll show you how I worked with her.
Hi, this is Allie with Manifested Harmony, and I am with Apple. She is a cat at a cat orphanage, and she actually just lost her owner. Her owner was sick and in hospice, and Mary had spent a lot of time with her up until the end, just laying in her lap. And now she's here and heartbroken and sad and hoping for a new home, but we need to get her to where her sweet personality shows. So what I'm going to do is leave a bag of crystals. I think I'm going to leave clear quartz, amethyst, and a rose quartz. And I had actually been letting her get to know the crystals a little bit. And she started to relax a little bit. She's about 6 years old. Came in on May 20th of 2012. And she's just been sitting in her little box here. And so we want her to feel healthy. So I'm just combing her a little bit with a amethyst cluster. And it's just one way that you can help a cat who suffered either a physical or an emotional trauma to help them feel better.
So yeah, I would take the organza bag and hang it on the outside of her cage because she was in isolation for a couple of weeks until, she went out into the main room, and it really helped her. It helped her. So every time I would go in, which was almost every day, I would just do a little crystal work, just a minute worth of crystal work, and it really helped her to settle in.
Allie,
Yes.
when she shook her head like that, kind of like flapped her ears almost, is that a release?
I took it as a release. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so little things like that. These do not have to be intricate sessions. They don't have to be long, but really simple. The simpler, the better. Okay. Because animals are just really, really easy and simple to work with. So don't overcomplicate it. Don't overthink it. All right, Rudy. All right. Now I want to show you a chakra layout. So in your workbook, on what page is it? It is on page 30, maybe 31. The chakras are the same as us. So Kelly and Leslie, are you familiar with where the 7 primary chakras are on the human body?
Yes.
Okay, great. Same for animals. Same for animals, but we're going to add in 3 extras that are unique to animals. So, the root is at the base of the tail, like where the kidneys are. The sacral is basically between the kidneys and the stomach. The solar plexus is the stomach. The heart is the heart. The throat is the throat. Third eye is their forehead. Crown is the top of the head. But what is unique to animals is they have a brachial chakra, which is their shoulders. This is like our earth chakra. Our earth chakra is off the body, below our feet, connecting us to the earth. It's what keeps us really stable here. For animals, this is basically the human animal bond chakra. This is helping them feel secure with us, safe with us. So it's really good for new animals that come into your life, or if you're working on an animal that isn't in your home. Okay. It is the main energy center for animals. And, when you're trying to lay a crystal near their shoulders, again, you're going to see that I put crystals up and down the spine. I might put a few in front of them, but they're going to be tempted to play with them. I try to get them when they're calm, when they're sleeping, and I put the crystals around the back. So you just have to estimate, and just try to get it close to the shoulders. But this can also be where when you're starting to work with them, you could have not any pointed crystals, but like a palm stone. And if you just hold their shoulders and you have a crystal in your palm and you're just lightly massaging, I'm not moving the crystal because it's a little bony on their shoulders, but I'm massaging while I have a crystal in both hands. And this is connecting me. This is a human animal bond. We're getting connected through the brachial. The additional chakras are the bud chakras. Now, the bud chakras can either be foot buds or ear buds. So, their foot buds make them sensitive to ground energies. So, this is where they feel the earth's frequency. They can feel an earthquake, they can feel that sort of stuff coming. And so, you try to get crystals near the bottom of their feet, not touching, but just around their feet. The earbuds, they're sensitive to air energies, tornadoes, that sort of thing, wind. There's a lot of animals that get huge anxiety when a storm is coming. You can get crystals around their earbuds. If they can lay down, put it around their ears because they're just very, very sensitive. So again, lay the crystals out. If they get up and reposition themselves, that's okay. If they get up and walk out, they got what they needed. I find in a chakra layout, if they lay for a minute, that's a success. If they get up sooner than a minute, they don't want it, and that's okay. That's how fast the crystals work. These crystals, because you are picking specific crystals for each chakra, it is intense. This is an intense layout. Like even when I have people do it, they can feel a heaviness, like, oh, the crystal feels heavy on my heart. Okay, it's literally a little a little crystal. It is not heavy by weight. It's heavy energetically because it's working. It is a precise crystal of a precise color hitting that chakra. So it can feel intense. And that's why I find chakra sessions are very quick. So don't feel like a failure if they get up and walk out. If they last a minute or more, they got what they needed. If it's a minute or less, they don't want it. That's kind of the timing that I'm looking at. So here, let's watch a video of Rudy in a session.
All right, I'm going to see if I can get Rudy to settle down for a chakra layout. I'm using the black tourmaline to brush him because we know it's calming. Rudy, come over here. Come
Now
here.
I'm positioning him because he's had a lot of sessions. I can do that with him.
So the black tourmaline I'm going to end up putting at the base of his tail. And I'm just going to start laying. Here's the carnelian. I don't know if you can see. Let me do it on this side. Carnelian. Citrine. Here's the rose quartz. I can put the rose quartz right here. Let's get the massage wand out of the way. I can even put the throat chakra crystal right there. And then the rose quartz. Here's the clear quartz. What do you think of that? You like it?
See how I did
You
the
know, you
third
can
eye
just
in
do
the
it right
crown?
along the side. It helps if he's laying down. I have pieces of hematite for the bud chakra. Stella is rolling around in the bed, which is distracting for Rudy. So I'm putting them at each of his feet. And the brachial chakra is the shoulders, so I'm just going to set it there. And the Stella and the black tourmaline, he's really doing well. I'm going to put it at his tail. Oh, Stella. And there you go.
And as long as he would stay in it, he got what he needed. So do your best to align with where the chakras are. You know, he's not laying on his side. If he laid on his side, it would be easier. So in your workbook, I have a photo of my cat, Lucy, demonstrating how she's laying on her side, and I placed along the spine. I try not to put the crystals in front because they may play with them, but you just have to give it a try. Maybe they won't play with them. Okay. All right. Let me show you this one. Oh, this was my cat Jacob. Oh, so I've got to tell you his story. So he was, remember back to the 2007, 2008 recession that we had here? I joined an organization where we were helping what we called recession pets, where people were literally leaving their foreclosed homes and leaving their pets behind. It was an epidemic here in the United States. It was crazy. People just leaving and leaving their pets behind. And so we were, getting local people to go out and rescue them and really pay attention to this. Jacob was a recession cat. The family lost their home. They just put all the cats out in the West Virginia countryside. He was rescued, came to the cat orphanage outside of DC that I worked at. We adopted him out. He loved cats, loved cats. He bonded with every cat he met. We adopted him out with a cat. A year later, he was returned through no fault of his own. The family was moving. Okay. We adopted him out again with another cat that he bonded to. A year later, he was returned because they were having a baby. It's like, okay, that's bizarre. When he was returned that second time, he had lost at least 3 homes at that point. He was broken, broken. He was a shell of a cat. He had a staph infection all over his face, so you're gonna see it. I brought him into foster care. I ended up adopting him. He passed away in 2018. Rudy loved him so much. So, anyway, here I did a lot of crystal work on him, a lot.
This is Jacob, and right now he's a foster kitty, but very likely going to be a permanent member of the Phillips household, and he has been sitting in this healing crystal grid for about 20 minutes. Little Jacob has lost at least 3 homes. We think he's about 7 years old, and he has cystitis issues. He's got this thing on his nose that he's showing you. He's just had some health problems. Right, Jakey? And pretty blue eyes. And so he's enjoyed that crystal grid. He was hugging a rose quartz. I put red jasper to help with his cystitis. And then I surrounded him with clear crystal points, which he is now sitting on the points. Do you feel better, Jacob? Yeah, Good job. Well, this is Allie and Jacob with Manifested Harmony.
I did a lot of crystal work with him, and you'll see him throughout your workbook. Because this was at a time that I was going through my certifications, and so I did a lot of practicing and a lot of work with him, and it worked. It worked, but he was a mess when he came to me. He was, I mean, physical issues and just emotionally completely shut down. Sweetest cat in the world. He loved everybody, but he stopped bonding. And so I had to undo all of that with the crystals so that he would bond to me. And then he bonded to one of my cats, who's also in your workbook a lot, Oscar. And Oscar was actually in hospice. He was, they only had 4 months together, and then Oscar passed away. And so Jacob lost yet another cat, but then Rudy came in and really helped him a lot. But I did constant crystal work with Jacob to bring him around. So yeah, really, really powerful. All right. Now I want to talk about let me backtrack for a second. You don't have to do a chakra layout. Okay? You can if you want. But like I said, sometimes you're just going to brush them with a crystal. Sometimes you just like you can pendulum test. And if their solar plexus is out of whack and they are having, constipation, diarrhea, food sensitivities, you could just literally put crystals at their solar plexus. You could just hone in and focus on that. So this is where you've just got to figure out what do they need? What are they showing symptom-wise, either physically or behaviorally? And then do you just want to focus on that? Okay, so don't feel like you always have to do a chakra layout. I mean, even on people, we don't always need a chakra layout. Sometimes we just need one crystal. We can lay on the couch and lay it on us. Okay, so this is where just trust yourself and just try to hone in on specific things. Now, I'm going to show you a video about working with wands. So as I mentioned yesterday, a wand can be it can be terminated, it can be single or double terminated, or it can be rounded like a massage wand. So when we have a massage wand, we can do physical contact. And what you're doing is you're getting into the muscles. When we are doing wand work, when we move the wand counterclockwise, so we're going left, pretend like you're opening a can of pickles. My mom always taught me lefty loosey, righty tighty. Okay, left is loosening the energy, right is tightening the energy. So the first thing we want to do, whether we are physically on the body with a massage wand or we're hovering over the body with a point, we're going to go counterclockwise. We're going to pretend like we're going left, like see it like a clock. We're going left. We're going counterclockwise. We're going to open the energy. We're going to open it so that whatever is there can release, and it's going to release through the crystal. Working with a clear quartz, remember, its only job is to clear energy. It's like the hair clog in your drain eliminator. It's going to release it, and the crystal transmutes it. So you turn left to open it up and release it, and it's releasing out of the crystal. It's being transmuted. And then when you want to seal it back up, because we can't leave energy open in the body, that's when you're going to go clockwise and you're going to seal it back up with the crystal energy. If you have a single terminated, like right now I have a double terminated, so I don't have to flip it. If you have just a single terminated, do I have a single terminated here? I do not. If it's a single terminated, when you are doing the left counterclockwise to open the energy field, the point is going out of the body. Because what you're doing is you're pulling the energy out and transmuting it. When you then flip it and you want to go right or clockwise to seal up the energy, the point goes in. Okay? Let me demonstrate this with Stella. Here's Stella. You finally get to see Stella. Oh my gosh, she is so funny. She's my little comedian. She's pretty popular on social media. I posted a funny video of her this morning, like every morning. She is like a bull in a china shop, running around first thing in the morning, batting toys all over the place. She is really hilarious.
So Stella has agreed to demonstrate using a chakra wand. And what we're going to do, now there's two different types of wands. One has a point, one is rounded. And you can use it to open up the chakras to release what needs to be released and then balance. Look at her. She's being great. So what you're going to do is you're going to, one point is narrower than another. So the narrow one is the technical point. So we're going to go point up, starting at the base, and you're going to go counterclockwise to unwind it. And I'm not touching her, but this is interesting. And this is what pets do. So I'm just going all the way up the spine to the top of the head, and then when I get to the top of the head, point down and go clockwise. And she's getting feisty because of the crystals. It's as simple as that. Look at her. Now, I tend to not use a point for doing that unless you're really trying to get to a specific issue, but I want to demonstrate how they react to a point, and let's see if she does it. Because when we point, it is like a laser, zzz, going right in. So let's see. Did you see that? Did you see that rippling? Let's move a little closer. She rippled. I'm not touching her, but she can feel it. You see that? She's like, what is that? What is it? What do you think, Stella? So that's how you do. that's how you use the wands.
So just remember from that Kirlian photography photo yesterday, the points have a concentration of energy. It is cutting open not only the energy field, but the body. I mean, it's like a scalpel. So when you need to go in and get something out, you're basically doing energetic surgery. So with the point out counterclockwise, you're opening. You're basically creating an incision and allowing it to release. Now, sometimes with a point, especially if I'm dealing with a cyst or a tumor, like something that is really, really localized, once I open the field, I will then take the point, I will point it back into the body, and I literally pretend like I am doing surgery. I start going, I want margins around whatever it is. I am digging, I'm circling, I'm scooping, I'm getting the energy out. Because remember the phantom leaf effect? Even when the leaves were gone, the energy of the leaves were still there. So even if there is a cyst or a tumor in the body, or it has been removed, the energy is still there. I'm scooping, I'm scooping, I'm letting the crystal transmute it. And then when I'm done, I seal it back up clockwise. Now, how many times, how many circles do I make? How many times do I scoop? Trust yourself. Trust yourself. I can't give you a number. I just do it until I don't. Okay. Um, but points are very, very strong. Okay. Stella was rippling like crazy because they're strong. If you just want to do something more gentle, that's where a massage wand comes in. You don't even have to go into the muscles to do it. You can hover in the energy field. All right. Does that make sense? How to work with wands? Yeah. Oh, Susan, you're muted. Yeah.
Sorry. I have a question on the quartz. I couldn't see the circular movements. Were you doing them? It almost looked to me like it was going straight down. I guess it was so subtle.
Yeah, I was, it doesn't have to be big movements. I usually do really tiny
Okay.
movements. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. We are going to do our crystal water taste testing. Do you all have your crystal water there? Okay. All right. We are going to talk about crystal water. So, have any of you read the books written by Dr. Emoto on his water experiments? So, Susan, you have. All right, Kelly, Leslie, have you read any of them? No. Okay, these are fascinating books. Fascinating. I don't know how many books he's written. 4, 7, I don't know. But he's written several books. Here's what, so Dr. Emoto passed away a few years ago, but his students are continuing his work. He was a professor in Japan, I believe. And what he discovered is that water is very fluid. Like, I mean, obviously it's fluid, but its structure changes based on the frequencies that it is exposed to. Okay. So he did a lot of different testing where he was playing music, different types of music. He was speaking words into water. And he was even writing words on a piece of paper and taping it onto the glass. Okay? Not even speaking, just writing the words. And what he discovered was awesome and kind of a little frightening at the same time. Because remember, we and animals are 70% water. What he discovered was that when there is a positive frequency, the water will turn itself, it will restructure itself into these beautiful six-sided hexagon shapes that look like snowflakes. I talk about this extensively in my advanced class. Quartz crystals, clear quartz, amethyst, citrine, that form in points are six-sided hexagons. The six-sided hexagon is actually within our DNA. It's within animal DNA. And the six-sided hexagon is a symbol of strength. Okay, there is a reason that Silicon Valley works with quartz. Not because it's programmable, not because you can store information in it, not because it amplifies, but because it is strength. Okay? Our bodies are built on strength. We have hexagons all throughout our body. So when he found positive frequencies creating the symbol of strength, that's pretty amazing. When there were negative frequencies, you can see it didn't form that. So the ultimate intricate sacred geometry, these are sacred geometry, these hexagons. The ultimate sacred geometry hexagon shape is when he spoke or wrote the words love and gratitude. Love and gratitude. When he said the words, you disgust me, you can see what formed. To me, when I look at it, it looks like a person with a bow and arrow. Do you see that? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's kind of spooky. When he just spoke evil into the water, that looks like the evil eye. Classical music, beautiful hexagon shapes. Heavy metal, it distorted the water molecule. What we and our animals are exposed to every day in spoken words, in sound. Think of the sounds coming out of your television, the sounds coming out of your radio, the sounds coming out of your phone, the sounds coming out of your voice. Unseen frequencies like Wi-Fi, radio frequencies, microwave frequencies. There are beneficial frequencies and there are harmful frequencies, and they absolutely restructure the molecule of water in our body. This is why when you are speaking with somebody, and if all they do is vent and complain and dump their problems on you because we're friends and this is what we do, you literally walk away feeling like crap. This is how highly fluid we are. And going back to yesterday when I talked about entropy, humans and animals fluctuate all day long. We suffer from high rates of entropy, and this is one reason, because of what we are subjected to every day. This is why right now I am literally playing frequency music on YouTube on my television upstairs, and Stella is basking in it. I am very cautious about the frequency that I allow in my home. Not only for my health, but for the cats. I am very cautious about it. So with water, knowing what Dr. Emoto figured out, we can utilize crystals in water to literally take on crystalline energy. Oh, and he did test an emerald in water. And I haven't been able to find the slides of this, but it's in one of his books, and he utilized an emerald crystal. So he had water that he put under a microscope and he took a picture of it. And it's like, okay, this is what the water looks like. He put the emerald under the microscope and was able to look at the molecular structure. When he put the emerald in the water and then took a picture of the water didn't look like the water molecule, it looked like the emerald molecule. The water literally took on the crystal energy. It took on the molecular structure of the crystal. So this is another thing that we can do to support the animals in our lives. We can offer them crystal water, but remember, it has to be Mohs hardness 6 and higher and no toxic minerals. So the 4 crystals that I recommended that you put in water, we're gonna do some taste testing here. So, oh, let me show you this. There's a company out there called VitaJewel, and they sell pre-packaged crystals that are in these like glass wands, and you literally stick them in water. They're very expensive. You can save yourself the money. You can just do it yourself. But even they did testing with crystals. And you can see on the bottom how the water turned into these beautiful shapes. Okay. So, this is this is what I generally do. Now, I have a different water container. I have a water purifier. It's called Berkey, if you're familiar with the Berkey water filters. Um, they're steel containers and the water filters and cleanses itself, but at the bottom I have clear quartz. So the cats and I, we are clear quartz water 100% of the time. But when initially offering crystal water to your pets, I would offer them regular purified water, and then I would have a secondary bowl of crystal water and see what they go to. Now, when we're making crystal water, we're not leaving the crystal in your pet's water bowl. Not at all. Make the crystal water and then pour the water into their bowl. Because, I mean, this is what Rudy does during class. This is actually the crystal water cleansing the crystals, and it has a little bit of sea salt in it, which is healthy for animals. He will, in class, drink everybody's water. I think you know by now, he's not your normal cat. He's a crystal cat. So, um, so here, I'm going to stop sharing for a moment. Because we're going to do some crystal taste testing. So how we do crystal taste testing, I want you to take, and I'm going to tell you which one to do first. You're going to put the water in your mouth, you're going to let it sit. And I want you to tap into the energy of it. Now, what do I mean by that? Does the water feel smooth? Does it feel tingly? Does it kind of warm your mouth? And I'm not talking temperature. Like, do you just get a feeling of warmth? Do you get chills like goosebumps? Do you taste minerals? Does it taste sharp? Does it taste dirty? Does it taste clean? Does it taste smooth? We're getting into the energy of the crystal. Okay, so you're going to put it in your mouth, you're going to let it sit for about 10 or 15 seconds, and then you can go ahead and drink it. So we are going to start with the blue lace agate. This is your light blue crystal. And oh, I recommended that you put it in a glass bowl, not plastic, not pottery, glass, not ceramic, clear glass, because clear glass is made of minerals. Okay, this is just minerals. And when you can put it in the sun, you can put it out all day, you can put it in a sunny window, or if it gets 3 hours of morning sun is the strongest energy. What we're doing is we're using the sun. Remember, sun is a vitality energy, it's a life energy. It gives Earth the ability to have life forms. That sun hits the crystal water and it is infusing that crystal into the water very fast. Okay? 3 hours of morning sun, or you can just let it soak if you don't even have any sun. Let it soak for 24 hours and it will have infused. Okay, so I want you to take your blue lace agate out and we're going to go ahead and taste test. Okay. Now, with the first one, you may not be picking up a lot, but as we drink the other water, we're going to start comparing. What did you feel? What did you feel? What did you pick up? And there's no wrong answers.
It felt soft in my mouth.
Mhm.
Not gel-like, but like maybe if you had a drop of aloe vera gel in it. Does that make sense? Like more present? I don't know, but yeah, just soft and
Yeah, so did it feel a little thicker than regular water?
yes, thicker. Yes, there you
Little
go. That's what I was trying to say by the gel. Yeah,
Yeah.
thicker.
Yeah, yeah, great observation. All right. All right, Kelly, felt smooth and cool. Yes. Yes. Because what is blue lace agate? Anti-inflammatory. It's smoothing out emotions. It's smoothing out our body. Blue is cool, so it can feel like you have goosebumps. It can feel cold when you're drinking it. And remember, it's a throat chakra crystal. So if you have a sore throat, if you have any thyroid problems going on, this is a good one to drink when you don't feel well. Yeah. Really good for dogs that excessively bark. You could offer them blue lace agate water. Animals that have physical inflammation, emotional inflammation, offer them blue quartz water or blue lace agate water. All right. Yeah, great observation. All right. Leslie, did you pick up anything?
Well, I close my eyes because I tend to do that, and I can see the color blue.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I felt it like connecting with the throat chakra,
Yeah.
and I also felt it was cool and more viscous, I guess,
Yeah.
thicker.
Fantastic. All right. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the carnelian, your orange crystal. We're going to do the same thing and then start comparing. Compare this, like pick up this energy and then compare it to the blue lace agate. What do you feel?
I got a tingling on my teeth, my front teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that did not happen with the blue lace agate water. Mhm.
it felt less viscous, less thick. It felt not sharper, I would say brighter, almost with a touch of citrus.
Mhm.
And as I held it in my mouth longer, then it felt softer
Oh,
and
nice.
more gentle. But I love carnelian. That's like my stone.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
we're in West Texas and I'm out like I wear a carnelian pendant and I'm like carnelian, carnelian, carnelian. It's like almost all I see.
Oh
So
my gosh.
yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, great sensing that you were picking up. That's fantastic. And Kelly, you said it feels light and tangy and warm, a little metallic. Yeah, so remember, carnelian has iron in it. So like when I drink it, I literally felt my energy like a spiral, I was spiraling into the ground because iron is a heavy metal. It's grounding. My energy went woo like that. It's like, okay, this is awesome. But this is a great crystal for cats with kidney issues or any animal with kidney issues. This is a kidney support crystal. So something that you can offer, totally safe to put in water. Okay, the one that I asked you, the black tourmaline, that I asked you to take a clear glass, put the black tourmaline in it, and then float it in water because black tourmaline shouldn't touch water directly, actually, for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's got aluminum in it. We don't want to drink that. Even though black tourmaline is Mohs hardness 7, because it has striations in it, water can get into it and break it apart. And I have actually done that. I have soaked black tourmaline in water and it started breaking apart. So that's why I just don't put it in water. Now, how the heck are we going to get black tourmaline into the water when it's not touching it? This is the neat thing. Remember that clear glass is made of minerals. Minerals communicate with each other. They communicate in frequency. The black tourmaline will communicate through the glass to the water. Oh, and by the way, water is made up of minerals. So we have black tourmaline as minerals, the clear glass as minerals, and the water as minerals, and they're all communicating with each other. So let's do this one. All right, what was that like?
To me, it tasted, I don't like earthy, I guess, more like minerally
Mhm.
than the other two did.
Yep, that is a common statement.
I said exactly the same thing, except I reversed the words. Minerally, earthy, and then almost like a tang of dust to it,
Yeah,
which of course is earthy. And
yeah.
then I felt myself like sinking into the chair, just
Mhm.
a little heavier, not in a bad way at all, but just,
More grounded, more calm.
yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Kelly said very light and uplifting, yet grounding at the
Mm.
same time. So yeah, this one, I mean, isn't it fascinating that you tasted the crystal, even though the crystal didn't touch the water? And this is where, no matter the Mohs hardness or the toxicity, you can do this indirect method. So you can make any crystal water you want. It doesn't have to touch the water. It is such a fascinating thing of how the frequency works, but this is how the mineral kingdom communicates with each other. So the crystal is going through the glass into the water. And Dr. Emoto, even, I mean, he was able to prove this by writing words and taping it to the glass. The writing of the words had the frequency, it went through the glass and into the water. And he proved that. So it's science, it's not woo-woo. It works. It's just so fascinating. All right, let's go to our last crystal, and it's clear quartz. And let's see how this is and how it is compared to the other three crystals. All right, what was that like?
I thought it was crispy. I don't know how else to explain. Like very light, and the color that I saw this time was purple.
Hmm. Yeah.
For me, it tasted the most like just water. And as I drank it, I found myself just taking a big breath,
Mm,
like expanding.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. All right. Kelly said cool and calming and very smooth. Yeah. Yeah. Clear quartz is just pure silica. Pure silica. It's just moving energy in the body. You're going to feel expansive. It's silica we need in our body. It's anti-inflammatory. I mean, it feels great, but this, if you have ever tasted glacier water, or like even that bottled Fiji water, I'm not a real fan that they put it in plastic, but I mean that is literally coming from one of the purest sources of water on the planet. But glacier water runs over a lot of minerals in the mountains and in the water, and it just tastes so clean. And that's what clear quartz is. That's why I have clear quartz water every day. I mean, for 12 years. That's all that's available in my house is clear quartz water. I run it through the filter. I have clear quartz sitting at the bottom of it. It's what the cats drink, it's what I drink. But then I will make other crystal water based on what I need, based on what the cats need. So again, remember, check the Mohs hardness, check the toxicity, but you can always do an indirect method. Okay. Now, in your workbook, I've given you the recipe if you want to make elixirs, because this is what I just call making crystal water, which is what we just did. Or you can actually make an elixir, and these last longer because you're adding a stabilizer. There are companies, like if you're familiar with Bach's floral essences, they use brandy. Some people use vodka as a stabilizer. Don't use alcohol with animals. You can use what, like organic white vinegar. Yeah, it's going to give it a vinegary flavor. But when I'm making elixirs, I'm not necessarily using it for drinking. I can just make straight crystal water. You can make elixirs to then, like, you can create a whole bunch of spray bottles and you can use crystal sprays in an environment, in a car when you're transporting animals. I like sprays around, like pocket pets, birds, turtles. Turtles love crystal sprays. You can, there's just a lot of different ways that you can use an elixir. And all you're tapping into the concept of homeopathy, where you're taking the crystal, you're then putting the crystal energy in the water. And then in that, what's basically called um, the mother essence, it's the original. You're then taking drops of that and putting it into water with a stabilizer. And the more you remove this from its source, the stronger it gets energetically. And that's how homeopathy works. The more that they are pulling from the original source, the stronger it gets because you're working with energy. You're not working with physicality. You're working with energy. So that recipe, you can do that. So very early on in my business, I had a full Etsy store where I was making crystal sprays, crystal elixirs. I don't do that anymore. But on every day I had a minimum of 12 crystal elixirs that I was brewing. Some direct, some indirect in water, and then I was making all of these sprays. They make really fantastic gifts. You can even put essential oils in them. So that's there if you want to do it. And then I've given you in your workbook just a list of the crystals that I like to work with. So, all right, we are due for a 5-minute break. Do you have any questions about making crystal water? Okay. All right. So yeah, just give it a try. But again, like don't just offer crystal water initially to your pet. They're used to the water that you've been offering them. Put the bowls side by side and watch what they go for. And once they're used to crystal water, you can just do it all the time. Crystal water will never cause harm. Never cause harm. But you want to see how they react to it because they are sensitive to energies and they're going to know that's different water. So test it out initially and see how they do. But like I said, all that I have in my house is clear quartz water because my cats are used to it. So that's what they get. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, we are going to go on to the next section. We are moving close to the end here. Okay, we are going to be on page 37, and I just want to talk about some of the places that we can incorporate crystals in case if this is something that you want to do. Or if you know any shelters, any animal rescues, any businesses. But these are the things that I have done. So working like with an animal shelter and animal rescue, maybe it's a boarding facility for pets when their people are on vacation, um, doggy daycares, veterinary clinics. These are all great places to incorporate crystals if the people in charge are open and if they truly, truly understand crystals. Because pets that are outside of their normal environment, it causes them distress. They may not show it, but it causes them to distress. And when they are emotionally distressed, it can start creating physical problems. So we want to try to preempt that. Particularly in animal shelters. Oh my gosh, animals that have lost their homes, maybe they have been abandoned, maybe they've had abuse or neglect and the authorities have literally taken them out of their home. Crystals in animal shelters can be amazing. I have a dog groomer. Well, she also grooms cats too. And she just has calming crystals in her space where she does the grooming. And she has found that that really helps a lot. But there are a variety of animal related businesses where crystals could be placed. So, the ways that I like to use crystals, and I'm just kind of going through your workbook for locations that are not home. Number one, if you are transporting, you're going to a veterinary clinic, you're taking your pet on vacation, you're moving to a new home. I mean, I've moved a lot with my cats. I like to secure crystals on their carrier. Okay. Especially cats. I keep them in a carrier. I don't need them running around, especially when I'm in the car. I don't need Rudy climbing all over me. I need to secure them for safety reasons. They don't like it. It's distressing to them. The sound of the car is not a natural sound to them. So I put crystals on their carrier. I will even put bigger crystals on top of the carrier to help with that. I have crystals in my car. I keep black tourmaline in my car for protective measures because I don't need people, smashing into my car. So I keep black tourmaline. But this is really powerful for transporting them. And I just use an organza bag and I tie it to the front of the carrier because then I can swap it out. Or like I said, I can put a big crystal right on top. Um, for um, for dogs, some people transport in a crate. Again, you can have crystals tied to the crate, or wherever the dog is, you can just have crystals in the car. You could have big crystals that are just on the floor of the car, in the back of the car. Wherever you need the crystals, you can just put crystals in your car. This is a really, really powerful thing to do. Now, the second thing is if they are in a crate, especially if you're um, crate training a dog, or maybe you crate a dog when you're not at home, crystals are powerful. You can have crystals again tied to the side of the crate. You can have crystals outside the crate. Um, just remember to keep it safe. I tend to not recommend putting crystals in the crate, just for safety reasons. Okay. Outside the crate, you can even put it on top of the crate. There's different ways that you can do this. So here, I want to show you a video.
Hi, this is Allie with Manifested Harmony, and I am with a cat named Roxy, who is at a cat orphanage. She lost her home. She's about 9 years old, and she experienced some chemical burns. She's loving this amethyst. She experienced some chemical burns. She came into contact with some cleaning solution, and it burned her mouth, and it burned the pads on her feet. And so for the last 2 weeks, this amethyst cluster has been in her cage to help her heal. And she likes to rub her mouth against it, and she likes to put her paws on it, and that has been helping her heal through the process. There's also a bag on her cage that has 2 clear quartz and 2 bloodstones in it to help with the chemical healing, to get that out of her system. And I also have been combing her with the amethyst. And she really likes that, especially on her face where she did suffer some chemical burns.
So yeah, so you saw how I hung the organza bag on the side of the cage. You can replicate that with a carrier or a crate. Okay? So you can hang, and I put it on the outside. Yes, they can still reach it. They could still claw at it and bring it in, but and on that one I double bagged it in case if she tore open the one organza bag, there was another bag to protect it because they were smaller crystals and I don't ever want them to be swallowed. So you may just need to double or triple triple bag. But I try to keep them on the outside, but I notice they will grab them and turn them inward, which I find is interesting. You can, there are times that you may want to put a crystal inside of a cage or a crate. Again, you trust your judgment. Just make sure that the crystal is big enough that it's not going to be a choke hazard, and it's just not going to be a safety issue. So just make sure it's big. And I've given you some pictures in your workbook. Um, there's even a picture there of, placing crystals in a room. And this is where if you know a veterinarian, if you know a doggy daycare or anything like that, I mean, you can certainly refer them to me. I will train them on how to do this. I'll help them with the placement. But this is a photo of a veterinary clinic that has crystals, not only under the exam tables, but in the corners of the room, on counters. We even built some crystal grids and put them on top of the cabinet so nobody even sees them. They're just there to soften the energy because it's an emergency clinic, so they're just working at night taking emergency cases. And it's really helped to just soothe and soften the energy for everybody. Now, another thing is pet charms, and I will tell you a lot of the crystal pet charms that I see are unsafe, completely unsafe. You don't ever want to wire wrap a crystal and put it on a pet collar. Because if they get their lower lip underneath it, they can undo the wire wrapping, they can puncture their gum with the wire wrapping, and they can swallow the crystal. And I've literally been contacted by people about that. And I'm like, that's why we don't wire wrap. I also do not recommend sewing crystals into a collar. Not a good idea. Because what if it's the wrong crystal? Okay. And we also don't want to literally put a crystal on a pet 24/7. Yes, my cats are exposed to crystal energy just being in the house, but putting it on them is different. It is more intense. So it needs to be something that you can take off. And if it's not right, you can swap it out. So, in what I recommend is the crystal has to be punctured, not wire wrapped. It has to be secure. It has to have a big clasp on it. These are not for decoration. And what I see out there, and even the crystal jeweler, who I certified as a crystal healer, when I sent her what I wanted, she sent me prototypes to look at, and she was even putting like a paw, the shape of a paw charm on it. And I'm like, no, get that off of there. This is not for aesthetics. We need to keep it super simple. I don't need any other dangly things on there. And it has to be short enough so that they can't get it in their mouth. And I've seen some charms that are really long, and it's like you are just asking for problems. That is not okay. So I looked at, I have a dwindling supply of pet charms. If you need any, I have Angelite, which is it's like blue lace agate. It's very angelic, very soothing, very calming. It's a light blue color. I have Angelite, I have blue lace agate, I have black tourmaline, I have citrine, I have a carnelian citrine blend, and then I have moonstone. That's what I have right now that my crystal jeweler has prepared for me. And if you need other ones, let me know. I can ask her to make them. Okay. But let me show you. This is Bishop. He's a service dog of one of my certified crystal students.
Bishop?
See how short it is?
Amethyst. Oh, such a good boy. Oh, okay, ready. Such a good boy.
So we were at an essential oil conference, and he was really anxious. And so he wasn't helping his person. He's a service dog. He is not meant to be touched by other people. And so I had pet charms there. I gave him that amethyst, but you can see how short it is. There is nothing fancy on it, and it has a solid clasp. It's got a big claw hook clasp on it because you want to make sure that it's sturdy and it's going to stay on there. But if you need to remove it, you can easily remove it. This is the easy way to do pet charms. So if you are buying pet charms, just make sure that they are not wire wrapped and they don't have extra stuff on them and they are not too long. Okay. People that are making them are well intentioned, but they're not educated in how to do this safely. So I've had a lot of people send me their pet charms and I send back honest comments. I'm like, no, they want me to sell them for them. And I'm like, no, no, this is not safe. If you want to redo it, I'll let people know. None of them have redone them. And it's like, that's not okay. That's not okay. So we need to be safe. All right. Another thing that we can do, in other locations, and I love to do this. I love to go into animal shelters, um, veterinary clinics, doggy daycares, and play a crystal singing bowl. Now, I talk about crystal singing bowls more in depth in my advanced class, but basically what these are, they are crystals that are shaped to make a specific sound, a specific note, note A, B, C, D, and the notes resonate with specific chakras. And it's not only clearing of the energy because you're using crystals blended with sound frequency, and sound frequency cleanses energies in the air. It's why I play frequency music on my YouTube, on my television. It's just constantly cleaning the air. It's amazing how sound frequencies work. So you're going to see a video, and this is of baby Rudy. He was probably just a year old. He's 13 now, and he was being a menace during class. I know that surprises you. He was bothering everybody, coming in for inappropriate kisses, and he likes to chew on people's heads, and he was just being a little monster. And so I played a crystal singing bowl to help him. So watch this. I mean, that just it's effortless. Look at Rudy. What do you think? Mwah. He loves it. It calmed him down because he was really spastic and running around. And he just sat there and he took it in. And for a 1-year-old kitten, I mean, that's very unusual. But I even put a picture in your workbook. I would go to this cat orphanage and sit there and play the crystal singing bowl, and they would just surround me. And they just love it. They just love it. So, if you have a crystal singing bowl, um, I recommend playing them in person before you buy them because not all bowls will play for you. So you really have to test it out in person. There's not a lot of places to do that, but Crystal Tones, I think it's crystaltones.com. They have locations around where you can play them, and then there may be some crystal stores that sell the crystal singing bowls. So, but this is just something that I like to do for animals. They love the sound of it. They're really drawn in to the crystal singing bowls.
Is there a particular frequency you like, Allie?
Um, I mean, I guess like that one that I'm playing is actually the Zeal chakra talked about in the advanced class, which is at the base of the skull, which honestly has nothing to do with animals, but it's very calming. It's very soothing. I mean, if you wanted to buy one specifically, I would go for the heart chakra, which is, let's see, hold on. I gotta look it up and see what note it is.
F.
F?
F.
Yeah, note F. F is in Frank. So you could do that. That would probably be my go-to. But I've taken all sorts of different ones and they just love the sound of it. It's frequency. It's just pure frequency blended with the crystals. All right. Now, just briefly, this is in your workbook. You can offer crystals to outdoor animals that are wildlife or that are ferals. I always have crystals outside, even through a Michigan winter. I have crystals outside. So I just moved and I finally got my outdoor crystals placed. I actually like to put them at the base of trees and bushes and plants because it not only helps them, but it protects them and animals will find them. But you can take like clear quartz, for example, if you have a bird bath, you can put clear quartz in the center of the bird bath. They're going to drink crystal water. You're going to find them playing in it a lot more. Now, I have had some squirrels run off with my crystals. I literally saw him. So don't put the little ones, don't do it. They're going to run off with them. It's like, okay, I know his name is Mortimer. He's actually at my house that I just moved from. I know that Mortimer has a nest full of crystals. I know it. I know it because I had about a handful of crystals disappear and I saw him take one. And it's like, okay, Mortimer, that's not okay. But I guess he needed them in his nest for the winter. So pick bigger crystals. Another thing that you can do is take black tourmaline, like palm-sized black tourmaline pieces, and place them at the four corners of your property. It is a protective grid. Black tourmaline is very grounding and it's protective. And that, like, I just like that because I want wildlife to feel welcome, on my property. Now, I live in in a condo, so I technically, the land I'm looking out, it's a forest. I don't own that forest, but I have still done my property, which is, I don't really have much anymore, but I want them to come to my back patio or to my little garden and feel safe. So you can absolutely put crystals outside. With horses and livestock, absolutely. You can offer crystals to them. You can, and I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you a video here of me working with a horse, but outside of specifically doing a session with an animal, you can put the crystal charms on their harness. You can put crystals, like big crystals, in their stall. You can give them crystal water. Okay. So when I lived in the DC area, specifically in Virginia, Virginia is horse country. Oh my gosh, there are so many horses in Virginia. So I spent a lot of time working with horses. And there was a therapeutic horse farm that I spent a lot of time working with, and I would take my students to work with the animals. And to this day, I never collected the crystals after I left. There were some horses that they didn't like the visitors that they got, the mice, the raccoons, the possum. They just were a little like spooked by them. So I put pieces of black tourmaline, I put pieces of amethyst in their stall just to kind of calm the energy so that they didn't feel so spooked by that. So those are things that you can do. All right, let me show you this video. This is me working with a horse.
Okay, so clear quartz.
Okay, see how I show it to her first, get her consent.
It's not a snack. It's not a snack, you silly.
That was funny. Must have
You
salt
said-
on it. What if it tastes good?
It's not a snack. So if it's not too pointed, you can do straight on the body, just like a brush.
See the twitching in her belly? She was having some colic issues,
That
which
was
is
from the stuff, I'm sure.
deadly for horses.
Oh, was there? Okay. But she usually doesn't shake like that though.
She doesn't?
No,
That was
never.
unusual?
Never.
Well, this is clear quartz. This is quite powerful.
Okay, I'm thinking that's what that was from.
All right. Or you can go off the body.
Oh, there was a big sigh. She liked that.
And I
See the
really like to
twitching
go
in the
right down
belly?
spine.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Don't
where
get
her
too
issue
close
was.
because it is too twitchy for them. So I'm about anywhere from 3, 4, 5 inches off the body. So that was clear quartz. Okay, nice. All right, let's try amethyst. This is an amethyst cluster.
Is that more powerful than the quartz or?
No, the quartz is very powerful.
Gotcha.
She's like, it tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see how she does. I'm going to go straight on the body.
Okay.
She seems calmer. She's relaxed. Amethyst is a calming crystal.
Okay, because see, her
That's
head's
good to
lower
know.
than her mouth. Yeah, that is good. And I just bought some amethyst. Awesome.
And so just a palm size.
Gotcha.
It can be bigger.
Okay.
All right. One more. She says, what else can I eat? And this is not a carrot. That's what I was going to say. Selenite stick.
It looks like a carrot, but it's not, honey. Don't be fooled.
She's like, okay, I'm not a carrot. So this one I am going to take off the body because even though it's polished into a wand, I don't want any little shards going in her accidentally.
Okay. So what will this do?
This selenite is very soothing,
Okay.
but it is a high vibrational crystal, so she could really twitch.
Okay.
We'll see.
But her eyes are almost closed.
She's relaxed with this one
Very.
too. So yeah, this is just a very, very calming, very soothing. With a wand, I like getting under the belly
Okay.
because I'm not too invasive. And there's been some twitches.
She's twitching so much, so many releases.
But you can just comb the whole body.
Okay. Oh, yep. Oh, well.
Nice.
Ah,
She's
there we
relaxed.
go.
You're not trying to eat, are you?
That was nice.
When a horse's head drops, they're relaxed. So with the larger animals, so livestock, farm animals, horses, donkeys, sheep, cows, you're not going to do a body layout. You can put the crystals outside, whether it's in their stall, whether it's just out. I mean, you can grid, their pasture that they're in. It is sweeping the energy field or going straight on and brushing them with it. That is going to be your primary thing that you do. So having a wand, depending on the size of the animal, you may want like a 6-inch, even a 12-inch, just to cover their area. So does that make sense? It's different how we're working with these larger animals. Okay. All right. Let's see what's the next on the screen. Oh, we're going to get to that shortly. All right. So lastly, in your workbook, pocket pets. Pocket pets love crystals. Again, they're really not going to necessarily eat a crystal, but make sure that it's just not so small. You can just put a crystal cluster in their cage. You can make a gem elixir. You don't spray them, you spray around the cage.
You can put crystals on top. You can put crystals underneath. Same thing with birds. Birds love crystals. You can put a cluster at the bottom of their cage. You can put it underneath if the cage is elevated. You can, you know, put an organza bag of crystals on the side of the cage. And with fish and reptiles, they love crystals. So there used to be a company here called healingcrystals.com. The owner sold it, but they were a huge warehouse of crystals, and they were close to where I lived outside of DC. I would go there and teach classes. And the photo of the fish tank in your workbook is what they had in their warehouse. It you can't really see it because of the proportion of the photo. That fish tank was about 10 feet long. That quartz point in the center was 12 inches tall. The bottom was covered in amethyst and clear quartz. There's goldfish in there, and these goldfish were about 6 to 8 inches long. They were huge. They were enormous. Those crystals are safe to put in water. It also cleaned the water, and those fish were big. They were big because of the crystal energy. So you can do that. Turtles, snakes, they love crystals. You can put them right in the tank. Just make sure that they're Mohs hardness 6 and higher, and they are non-toxic. Okay, so lots of animals can benefit from crystals. All right, do you have any questions about that section that we just went through? Okay. All right, we're going to go on. Oh, Susie.
Sorry, I did think of a question that I had before
Yeah.
on the wildlife. So I used to put bird seed out in a little dish and then all along the handrail of our back porch. And then my husband's half husky dog jumped up and caught a bird twice and killed it. So I have not put any more seed out. I have not seen a bird yet this winter. She's less, I'm just going to call it obnoxious, sorry, less predatory now. But I'm afraid to do it, and I'm just wondering, would it be okay? There's an end where she couldn't reach.
Mm-hmm.
She can't possibly jump up there. Should I start by trying there? Should I put some black tourmaline out there around it or something for protection?
So here's the thing. I am not a fan and not a believer of using any energy to deprogram a natural instinct. So
I mean for the birds. I mean to protect the birds.
right. So but for her, she is who she is. So
Right. Yeah.
you want to like you said, have it in a location where she can't reach. You certainly could put some black tourmaline around
Okay.
and protect them. So it's like doing two different things at the same time. I do, and kind of stemming off of your question, I have a lot of people come to me about what crystals can I use to stop my dog from doing this or stop my cat from doing this. They are biological, instinctive behaviors. And it's like, sorry, this is who they are. Now, if something is excessive, we can calm it down, like excessive barking, but huskies, and other dog breeds, they see a bird, like it is what it is. Bird, you better fly because, you're going to be a snack. So, we can't do anything about that, but I like your idea of having the bird feed in a location where the husky can't reach, and then you could put black tourmaline around it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We are going to talk about sacred geometry. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Okay. So wait a minute. Why did everybody disappear? Okay, there you are. Okay. Um, so Susan, I know you have made crystal grids. So Kelly and Leslie, have you ever heard about crystal grids? Have you been trained? Have you ever made any?
Yes, I've been trained in that.
Okay. Okay. Just waiting while Kelly is typing. So uh, crystal grids are tapping into sacred geometry. So, I mean, I could literally talk for 8 hours about sacred geometry and how it is found in everything. It's found in nature, it's found in weather patterns, it's in our body, it's in animals' bodies. We have sacred geometry in our DNA, in our cellular structure. Sacred geometry is how energy communicates, it's how frequency communicates. So, what we can do is utilize sacred geometry patterns that have very specific meaning and definitions of what they are doing. We can then create a grid of one of our intentions and add in the crystals that help with that. We're basically in the kitchen and we are cooking and baking. We're coming up with a recipe to produce something. And that's what working with crystal grids is about. So we're taking the energy of crystals that have specific meanings to them. We're putting them into a sacred geometry pattern that has a meaning that's going to match the crystals, and then we're adding our intention into it. When we place crystals in sacred geometry patterns, it creates a frequency communication. It's communicating into the quantum field. And then from that communication, drawing in what we are asking for so that it presents here in this dimension that we are living in. So in the beginning, there are 3 sacred geometry patterns that I like to work with. And I'll tell you the first one that I'm going to talk about, 90% of my crystal grids are based on this pattern. And it is called the flower of life. So the flower of life, and here I need to share my screen. The flower of life looks like this. It is the same pattern no matter what direction you are looking from. This flower of life matches the first 8 cells of a human and animal embryo. There is the flower of life within the DNA structure, but it also contains a lot of sacred symbols in it. It has the Kabbalah tree of life fits into this, the Star of David, the Merkaba. This pattern, by its name, flower of life, is a life-giving creation energy. It is a manifesting energy. Manifesting, there is so much misinformation about manifesting. I mean, how we manifest, how we literally create something and draw something in that we are focused on. Manifesting energies are so strong right now. It's like, be careful what you say, be careful what you think, because manifesting is a frequency of who we are. It's not what you want. It's not just a vision board. It is literally being of a frequency to draw it in. So when we are creating a grid, we are obviously influenced by it, as are the animals in our home. And it is sending out a communication into the quantum field to draw in what we want. So this pattern is for creation. It's also what I use for distant healing. So, in modalities like Reiki, you can learn how to send remote or distant healing. The animal or the person doesn't need to be in front of you because energy doesn't know time or space boundaries. Energy goes everywhere, anywhere. I'm not even going to get into the 11 dimensions on this planet or how the past is really not past. It's just a parallel different dimension. If you want to, research that more, you certainly can. But we can work with grids to get into the quantum energy field. And we can even transform the energy of something in the past. And I use that in air quotes because humans created time and created the calendar, but energy in the past, it's really just another dimension that we're no longer in. So we can work with this to go back and reframe something. We can even go into the future. It's just another dimension. Or we can work in the now. Working in dimensions is very advanced technique. So I'm not even asking you guys to even consider that. But when you make a grid, you can literally send energy to other places, to other animals. I often have a grid just for overall earth healing, for overall healing, protection, safety of all the people and all the pets on this planet. If there is, like a forest fire happening somewhere, or a hurricane or flooding, I will build a grid to send the energy to that place to undo it. So when you're building a grid, you really have to get into what is it that I want? And what is the pattern that's going to help me get there? And what are the crystals that will help me get there? So this is one pattern. A second, and this is a pretty extensive advanced grid. I'm going to recommend, when you start practicing with grids, start with no more than 3 different types of crystals. And I always recommend that clear quartz is one of them. And you have clear quartz in the center. And you have clear quartz on the ends because clear quartz amplifies. So when you are building a grid, you might as well amplify it to make it strong. Okay, this is one of my world healing grids. Okay. So and I'm going to show you videos on how to activate these. I'll also email you the links to the videos. But let me just show you. This is the second one. This is called the Lemniscate, which is the infinity symbol. And this is when you're creating harmony. Like you want 2 to become 1. You want harmony, you want balance. So if you have pets in the home that are not getting along, if you have people and pets not getting along, if you're, going to bring in a new animal into your home, you obviously want harmony. You can create a grid that brings that harmony into your home. So you have to figure out your intention. What is it that you want? You pick this for harmony, and then you pick crystals that bring that harmony. So, this is what it can look like. Now, the interesting thing about all of these grids, you will notice that I select crystals in patterns of 3. I'm using either 3 or 6 or 12. Without getting too deep into it, because I go into this in the advanced class, the numbers 3, 6, and 9 are not rooted in physical reality. They are energetic numbers. If you want to research this more. There is a book. You can find it on Amazon. It's called The 369 Project. And Nikola Tesla discovered that the numbers 3, 6, and 9 never show up as a root number. Okay, we're getting into quantum math. But when you take numbers and start adding them and duplicating them, like 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4, 4 plus 4 is 8, 8 plus 8 is 16. You have to root that down to a single digit. So 16 is 1 and 6, it roots down to 7. 16 and 16 is 32. 32 is 3 plus 2, it roots down to 5. When you do this and you go on for infinity, you will never see 3, 6, and 9 as a root number because they're energetic. This is why in the energy world, almost every energy worker I know, we do things in patterns of 3s, including reciting affirmations. We do things in 3s. It took me a long time to figure this out, but it's rooted in what's called Tesla math, quantum math, okay? That's the short story. So you can see the crystals here. I have 6 rose quartz, I have 6 rhodonite, and then there's a green tourmaline in the middle. The next pattern is the Fibonacci sequence, or the golden ratio, sometimes called the phi ratio. And this is where Dr. Fibonacci, a scientist, was able to figure out that this pattern is actually in nature. We have the Fibonacci sequence in our body. If you Google Fibonacci sequence of the body, you're going to go down a rabbit hole. You're not going to sleep. I mean, it's fascinating. But what this is, it is a precise numerological pattern that grows in the pattern of 1.618. So you have one segment, and the second segment is 1.618 bigger than the first, and the next one is 1.618 bigger, and the next is 1.618 bigger. And it is an expansive ratio. You can map the arm from the first knuckle to the second knuckle is 1.618. From the second knuckle to the third is 1.618. From here to here is 1.618. You can map the body. It's the craziest thing, and it's the coolest thing. This is a pattern that we use when we want to expand something, we want to grow something. This is a vortex energy. So we can use this when we, let's say you want to grow the confidence of, you have a pet that's just being picked on and bullied, and it's like, I need you to have confidence. I need you to stand up to Stella when she just gives you a look. I want you to stand your ground. You could create a confidence grid with this to grow some confidence, okay? So when we are making a grid, I've given you the recipe of how I do it. You have to set your intention. You have to be crystal clear on what you want. It can't be vague. Can't be vague like, well, I just want good health for my pets. Well, what does that mean? You have to be really precise. The example I give is when you go online, like you go online to Amazon and you want to buy a book, you don't just type in book. You're going to get 9 million offerings. You have to say, I want Dr. Bruce Lipton, Biology of Belief. Bam, first option is his book. You have to get really precise on what you want. You have to select your crystals that fit into that intention. You have to select the sacred geometry pattern that fits that intention, and then you start putting it together. So remember that each crystal has an energy field. When you start putting crystals together, the energy field exponentially grows. So after you build a crystal grid, if you have crystal copper, if you have the copper dowsing rod, you can measure the energy field. Okay, it's going to be Massive, massive, massive. Okay, so here, I want to show you some videos. I have written out the instructions on how to activate a video. Here, I gotta go backwards. All right, is this, what is
Okay,
this?
so
Oh no, that's the horse. Da, 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 da. Go forward, go forward, go forward. Okay, here's the videos. I want to show you how to activate a grid. Okay, before I do this, I have found with a lot of my students, they are nervous about making grids. I want to tell you up front, you cannot do harm. Nothing bad will happen. It either works or it doesn't. You're not going to create a problem. So I just want to state that up front. Grids to me are where the magic happens. I have at any given time 4 to 7 grids in my house, and I literally separate them. I have one in here. It's a business related grid because this is my office. I have a world protection grid out in this family room that's out here. I have a grid in my bedroom. I'm still setting up grids because I've only been in this house a little over 3 months. I have another grid. What is the other grid? I'm totally drawing a blank. But I have multiple grids and I place them all over the house because remember, they have a huge energy field and I don't want them overlapping too much. Please start making grids because the more you make them and you start seeing shifts, you're going to want to make more of them. And if you want to progress to the advanced class, which will come back next March, you need to have some comfort, some confidence in making grids. So just make grids, just make them. Okay. You know, you can even send me pictures and say, how does this look? Like, am I doing it right? And I will absolutely help you. Let's
Ally,
start with, yes.
can I just say that I was scared too at first, and I took you up, and then I had a pony that I lost after having had her for 2 years. We had to sell her and just go away, and I never knew what happened to her. And I couldn't talk about her without crying for years. I didn't let myself think about her. And when she started coming back, I would cry and cry and cry. And so I made a grid for her. And look at me. I can talk about it. I have peace. I
Yeah.
still feel sadness, but that pain, like that throat choking, closing,
Uh-huh.
sobbing pain,
Yeah.
and the feelings of guilt, because what could a 14-year-old do when her parents said we're selling the pony, we're moving,
Yeah.
but that didn't stop the guilt, and that grid helped so much.
Yeah.
So just wanted to share that about animals.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing that because we are going to experience grief in losing one of our animal companions. And even in your workbook, I've given you recipes of grids that I have built. Now, here's the thing I want to say. You can absolutely try to replicate some of these grids, but just recognize that what you want a grid to do could be slightly different than mine. Like I have grief grids in here or grids that I built as I had my cats passing away. My grief, I could have been in a different stage than what you're dealing with. So I always recommend use these as templates. Like even when I'm cooking and baking in the kitchen, I can look at a recipe and it's like, psh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm putting heck of a lot more chocolate in those brownies. Like you are being like too minimalist on the chocolate. I'm loading it up. Use it as a framework and realize that your frequency is blending into it and create your own. Just literally create your own. But I've given you a lot of templates in here. Because we can work these grids not only for our animal companions, but for us to feel our best, for us to stay healthy, which ultimately helps them, to help us through the grief of losing a pet, to help us connect to a pet, to help us connect with other animals. I do a lot of distant energy healing for animals. I've got little mini grids all over the place for, Bailey in Arizona is a dog with arthritis. I got a little grid for Bailey. So, you can do lots of things with that. So let me show you these videos. And again, I will send you a link to these. So don't feel like you got to get this memorized. This Flower of Life activation is the most complicated. The other two are very easy. Okay. This is an activation of the Flower of Life grid. I look at the Flower of Life like it's a clock. So we're going to start with the center where the hands are, because that's the central energy of the grid, whatever crystal you put at the center. And then we're going to draw downward. Now you can fill in all of these intersections. Right now I just have 6 crystals that I'm using in total, but all of these intersections, you see those there? You can fill all of these with crystals. So normally you draw down to like the 6 o'clock if you're looking at this like a clock, but I don't have any crystals there. So I'm going to start at the center. You're going to take your point. You're going to need, I like clear quartz because it has no impurities and it's only going to amplify this. It's not going to add an additional energy. So you start at the center and you're finger painting. So you go down and back to the side and back. So what you do is you're connecting this crystal to that blue lace agate, to that amethyst, to that quartz and back. And you're hovering about 1, maybe 2 inches. Don't get too close because then if you touch one of the crystals and move it out of place, you have to start again. So that's 1 round. You have to do 3 because we do everything in the energy world in patterns of 3. And this relates to the Tesla 369 philosophy. All right, you see what I'm doing there? So that's 1 round, or 1 round of 3. Now we're going to go back to the center. We're going to come down and we're going to do the circles. So we're going to do the blue lace agate. And then we're going to go to the amethyst and do the amethyst. And then we're going to go to the clear quartz. And so at this point, all of these crystals are now connected to each other. So this crystal, because of what we did, is connected with that blue lace agate, and that blue lace agate is now connected with that amethyst. And that's how you activate the Flower of Life. I don't expect you to fully grasp that or comprehend it, but if you build a Flower of Life, which I hope you will, you can, with the link I'm going to send you after the class, you can just watch the link, you can read the instructions that are in your workbook and just do it. Just think of it like finger painting. We want to just smear and just blend the energies so that all the crystals are connected and they're all working together. And that central crystal that's right in the middle, almost always it's a clear quartz because it is amplifying all the other energies. If it's a single point, it can laser the energy straight out. If it's a cluster, it's spraying it. You decide. There's no right or wrong. You decide what form you want to use. That's why we talked about different forms and shapes yesterday. And when you have the single terminated, if you only have single terminated quartz, do you want to, on the outside, send the energy in and amplify it to go out through that central crystal? Do you want to have the points going outward so that it's spraying in all different directions? If you have double terminated, you're doing both. Again, there's no right or wrong. Do what feels right for you. But when you look at this grid, it sh it should it like it should just be pleasing to the eye. Like you look at it, there's symmetry. The sizes of the crystals are all the same. You don't have like one small one and five big ones. When I buy tumbled crystals, I buy six of everything and I try to get them the same size because I know I'm going to put them in a grid at some point and I want symmetry. I want it to look the same. That's what we're doing with this, okay? All right, let me show you the next video. This one's super easy. Now we're going to activate the figure eight or the lemniscate. And this one is much easier to activate. Now when you're putting this one together, this is where the art comes into grid making. So right now, you know, because this is a calming grid, I have calming crystals. I have the amethyst down here and I have the blue lace agate up here. But you can switch this up. And this is where, you know, I tweak my grids all the time. And what you want it to do is, well, you want it to work, but you want it to be, you know, aesthetically pleasing to the eye. Whoops, I did that wrong. There we go. So you want it to look good. Well, that looks pretty good. And then when it comes to the amplification points, you have a couple of options. I have pointed them in the direction that I'm actually, the way I draw a figure eight. So you'll see the point is going this way. The point is going this way. This is a double terminated, so that works great. And then when I come down here, here's the point going this way. The point is going this way because that's how I'm going to draw it. Now you can turn these and you can do it like this if you want to do something like that. So it just depends on how it looks to you, but you should look at it when you're done and just say, wow, that's just beautiful. All right, so we're going to take our point. We're going to start at the center where I have a clear quartz point. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3. And now we're going to do the figure eight of the outside amplification points, starting at the center. 1, 2, and 3. All right, let's do the next one. So this video is showing how to activate the Fibonacci sequence or the golden ratio or the phi ratio sacred geometry. So you can see that all the crystals are very symmetrically laid out on the sacred geometry pattern. And so the center crystal is going right at the beginning here. Now I like to put little either photos or affirmations in the center of the center crystal, which I'm using a clear quartz point here. And this one says healing for the planet. And I'm using this particular grid because this is an expansion grid. So we want to expand healing for the planet. We don't want it to stay where it's at. We want it to get stronger and bigger. And so how you activate is I have a clear quartz point here. Any point will do, but I really like to use clear quartz. And so you think of the intention that you're putting into the grid. And I just think it in my mind. Sometimes I'll say it out loud. So I'm taking my point, I'm pointing it towards the quartz in the center, and I'm going to trace the outline of the crystals. And basically, this is like finger painting. You're smearing all the colors together. Now you want to be close to the crystals, but you don't want to be too close, because if you knock a crystal out of the way, you got to start again. And you're going to do everything in patterns of 3, because 3, like I've said, is a very magical, spiritual number. So we start here, and we're going to go to this crystal, all these smoky quartz, to the carnelian, and to the rose quartz. Start again. We're just circling around, starting at the beginning, circling around. And so what this has done is all of these smoky quartz have connected to the carnelians, and all of them have connected to the rose quartz. Now you see I have clear quartz points in the interior of the grid, and this is for amplification that we've already talked about. So I want to connect all of those, and I have the points pointing in the direction of the formation so that the energy is flowing out. So the points are this way. Now, we can certainly change this. We can put the points on the outside. Okay, so you can put points on the outside, and I try to put them in some sort of, to where it looks symmetrical, because you want to look at a sacred geometry pattern and see the beauty in the pattern. So here I have it on the outside. Or you can take the points, you can point them in so that the points are energizing all the crystals in the grid. Or like I've talked about, you can, if you don't have a double terminated quartz, one goes in, one goes out. One goes in, one goes out. One goes in, one goes out. So that the energy is both going into the crystal grid and out, as well as radiating out from the grid. All right, I want to explain more about that grid, because when I'm building a grid, the order that you put the crystals in is really important. And this is why knowing precisely what you want a grid to do is important, because then you're going to start backtracking to figure out what is the first thing that needs to happen to get to the end result. So if there are 3 steps, because we're using 3 crystals, if there are 3 steps that need to be taken or achieved in order for healing for the planet, what are those 3 steps? Here was my thinking. So even though we didn't talk about smoky quartz in this class, smoky quartz is known as a master healer. So this video is showing how... Sorry. Smoky quartz is known as a master healer for the environment. The first, Rudy, he is behind the computer. He is driving me crazy. Hold on. Hold on. Rudy, I need you to stop. Hold on. He just messed up the screen. Now he's hitting me. Okay. So if the computer bumps, he wants me to do more crystal work on him, and he's getting now angry at me. So what was I saying? Okay, so this is like a domino effect. What is the first energy that I need to knock the domino down? That's Rudy. I'm serious. He is like, Rudy, you're getting high on crystals. Okay? You're being a pickle. What is the first domino that you need to knock down before? before you can get to the second domino. What's the second domino you have to knock down before you can get to the third? I want you to think about it like that. In this grid, the first crystal was a smoky quartz because that is master healer for the environment. Bam! That's the first thing I want to take down. Okay? Second crystal, carnelian. Carnelian is about vitality and life force energy. Okay? We need, Rudy, we need, seriously, he is, if you could see him behind my computer, he's going to be in a timeout after this class. I'm just going to tell you right up front. He is such a naughty boy. Okay. Rudy. Oh my gosh. He is, y'all are getting Rudy full on.
He
We're-
thinks you spent enough time with us. You need to focus on him now.
Oh my God. Where's my crystal singing bowl? I need him to chill out. He was like this. Can you imagine him in person? He is such a naughty boy. Oh my God. He's so full of himself because he knows he's a crystal teacher and he's like, I can do whatever I want. Okay. Anyway. So the carnelian is vitality and life force energy. So as we are working on healing for the planet, we need her to rejuvenate and have vitality. And then the last crystal was rose quartz, which is all about we need to be kinder to the earth and stop bombing her and poisoning her and doing things like that. So it's for all the inhabitants. You see the dominoes, how I'm knocking them down? I have a process of what I'm thinking about. So when you're making a grid, think about that as you're picking your crystals. And at the beginning, I truly recommend no more than 3. You could literally build a grid with just clear quartz. You could build a grid. I always recommend clear quartz. Maybe you do clear quartz and rose quartz. If there's some emotional heart healing, maybe some grief going on, you could build a grid with just those 2 crystals. Okay, keep it really simple, but think about how you're activating the grid. What is the first domino that you need to achieve? In the flower of life, when it is, all right, Rudy, can I turn the screen back on? You are oh my gosh, he is a pickle. And he's slapping me when I'm like, trying to hold up the screen. Oh, no, he's biting me. Rudy. Oh my God. Rudy, get over here. Rudy, you want to be brushed? You need to calm yourself down. Okay, I'm going to just hold this in his face. I'm going to let him brush his face. Okay, so when we are dealing with the flower of life, the center is the start of the grid. That first ring, that first circle, that's the first domino that we need to knock down. What does that need to be? So that's where you have to look at your intention and what is it that you need it to be. And then once that is achieved, what's the second ring? What's the third ring? And you're moving out from that. All right. Does that make sense of how that's working? So like this grid, it's actually in your workbook under healing grids. I actually created this when Australia was having your wildfires in 2019. I created this grid. That first ring was amethyst and clear quartz. Amethyst, master physical healer. Not only for the land, but for the animals. Amethyst is also protective. Clear quartz was amplifying it. That was the first thing that I wanted in that grid. Protect and heal, protect and heal, protect and heal. The second crystal was celestite. This was a very soothing energy, a cooling energy. Let's cool the fire. Let's put the fires out. Let's cool down the energy. That fourth ring, green aventurine and prehnite with epidote. really deep heart healers, not only for the animals, but for the people, the heartache. And then I amplified it with clear quartz. But that was my thought process of how I'm knocking the dominoes down one after another. Okay, so just keep that in mind. When I am building a grid, I mean, I'm much more efficient now, 13 years into building grids. I am much more efficient now, but it still takes me a good 2 hours to build a grid. Okay. I'm building a recipe, and then I keep a notebook of all my active grids, because if I'm not sensing some progress, I'm not asking for success within 2 weeks, but if I'm not sensing movement or progress, I go back to the drawing board. Do I need another sacred geometry formation? Do I need to move the crystals? Do I need to change the crystals? Do I need to get more precise on my intention? Almost every grid I build, I go back and I tweak it. So I keep a notebook of all my recipes. And when something starts working or I get full success with it, that's when it goes into a notebook like this. So you can use these as a template and give them a try. Okay, so I would encourage you to just check them out. See if you can figure out the method to my madness. Okay, and if you have any questions, just let me know. So at this point, before we go on to body grids, do you have any questions about sacred geometry or building grids? I just encourage you to do it. They are a lot of fun. I really enjoy building them. They're very calming. They're very meditative. Like you're so solely focused on it. I enjoy building them. I just literally run out of space in my house of where I can put them. And so the one thing I should mention, if a crystal moves out of place, you just have to reactivate the grid. So obviously, we all have pets. How are you going to create a grid and not have them go smash into it? So the one thing that I like to do, except Rudy proved me wrong yesterday, here in this bookshelf behind me, all right, can I hold my laptop without? Right there is a grid. You could put a grid up here, like a cat could jump on top, but they're not going to get into this top shelf. Okay, so just get creative on where you can put a grid to where they're not going to smash into it and have fun with it. Now, the interesting thing in my house that I just moved out of, I had this huge bay window. Cats loved to sit in the bay window and look out of it. And I always had one or two crystal grids in that bay window. They never disturbed it. They would tiptoe through the grid and never move a crystal. Not all animals are going to be like that. So just find a place and build it. And you want to, when I say spend time with a grid every day, it could simply be walking by it, putting your hand over it to feel it, acknowledging it, saying hello to it, thanking it for working. Just don't build a grid and ignore it because it won't work. So just do a 5-second acknowledgement of it every day. You can sit in front of it. You can meditate. You can pray. You can, have quiet time. You can journal. You can color in a coloring book. You can do, quiet time in front of a grid, but have some acknowledgement every day. And don't worry if you need to reassess after a couple of weeks. Give it 2 weeks. And if you don't feel that it's working, just reassess and trust your intuition, or pull out your pendulum and ask, is my intention precise enough? Yes or no? Is this the right sacred geometry formation? Are these the right crystals? Do I have the crystals in the right order? Okay, use your pendulum and it'll help you. Okay, we are nearing the end here. Okay, so in your workbook, starting on page, what page is it? 53, I've given you some body grids. Now, again, you do not have to do body grids around animals unless they are laying down, they are sleeping, they are calm. You can just simply use, a crystal and you can brush them with it. You can brush their energy field. You can use a point, you can use a wand. But if you want to start doing a little more advanced work, you can just start laying crystals around the body. And like I said before, it doesn't have to be placed according to the chakras. You can just simply surround them with crystals. You could put one crystal with them at a specific location and let them adjust and move around. So I've given you some recipes, and you're going to see my cat. You're even going to see Mikey was one of my cat clients that I worked with. And I've given you some layouts that you can work with, and you can try these, or you can just use them as a template and decide to do something different. Because I don't ever want you to think that, oh, for the broken heart layout, Allie used rhodochrosite. I don't have rhodochrosite. Well, do you have rose quartz? Do you have rose quartz? You know, multiple crystals do multiple things, and many of them have very similar energy. So if I'm calling for a pink crystal and you don't have that pink crystal, but maybe you have another one, try that. If I'm using a blue crystal for calming, but you don't have that blue crystal, adjust it. You can tweak it. This is where, the art comes in, and you do what feels right for you and work with what you have. And how many crystals are you going to surround the body with? You decide. If you need to pendulum test, if you're really not certain, you can ask, should I surround Rudy with 3 crystals? Yes. 5 crystals? Yes. 10 crystals? I gotta know. 9 crystals? Yes. Isn't that interesting? 3, 6, 9. You can do that. Okay, this is your second opinion that will help you figure out how many crystals. And again, when you lay crystals out, if they walk away, that's okay. If they get up and reposition themselves, don't move the crystals. They are putting the crystals where they need them to be. And this is where they are great teachers. So I would recommend that you read through those just to get an idea of how I've done things. All right, so here I'm going to share my screen. In the as you keep going through your workbook, I've listed some resources, some crystal books that I like. I really like to teach to try to move, not eliminate crystal books. Crystal books absolutely have their purpose, but I want you to start trusting yourself and your intuition and working with your pendulum. But these are some of the books that I like. I love the books by Judy Hall. Judy Hall was in England. She recently passed away. She is the godmother of crystals. Oh my gosh, I love her books so much. I have a crystal store. If you need anything, you just let me know. I label it a private crystal store. I open it once a month on my Facebook page to the public. I actually have a sale tonight. I hand select the crystals. I put out the videos and the photos. People can claim them. And that's how you can shop my store. Otherwise, you just let me know what you need, but I've even listed some dealers in here. Kelly, those dealers are not going to be relevant to you because you're in Australia. Although I got to tell you, I ship crystals to Australia. I'm actually packing a box right now to ship to Australia. It's expensive, and you even have to pay fees on your end, um, but I do that for my students. I've shipped crystals all over the world because I stock the crystals that you really can't find in the stores. I get some really unusual stuff. But if you need help, let me know. But you have a resource page that has some of the things that we've been talking about in class. And then I've given you a chart of what I use when I'm doing chakra layouts with an animal. I can list the crystal that I used, what was the chakra before the session, what was the chakra energy after the session, and I keep track to see if there's maybe consistently a chakra that's out of balance. I can go back and I can look. So that is there for you to replicate. Because you all have a PDF of your workbook, you can just keep printing it over and over and over again and use that. I've given you a chart of more information about the chakras and things to look at, especially signs of imbalance, where you can look at that and maybe just focus on that chakra in a session. After that, in your crystal workbook are the list of toxic crystals, and then your sacred geometry patterns. So what are some good next steps for you? So I'm going to send you an email probably tomorrow, and I'm going to attach a Word document that you can download. You can type your answers in an evaluation form, save it, and email it right back to me. Once I get your evaluation form, you will get your certificate of attendance. Now, you're not certified in anything yet, but this, you can say, I have attended an 8-hour Crystal Healing for Animals class. So, Kelly, yours will come by email and you can print it. Susan and Leslie, yours will come by mail. So when you get that back to me, you'll get your certificate. Susan is already in the Crystal Cluster, but Leslie and Kelly, you are invited to join the Crystal Cluster. I'll put that in your email. This is exclusive to my students. This is a student community of continuing education. And I got to tell you, it is outrageously fun for 2 reasons. Well, 3 reasons. Number one, we are all crystal crazy. It is where you can be crystal crazy with us. We are unapologetically loving crystals. This is a safe space and you can share whatever you want. So we have a Facebook page. Number 2, whenever I get new crystals that I have never offered before, Crystal Cluster gets first dibs. Whenever I come back from a big show like Tucson, Crystal Cluster gets first opportunity, and I will tell you, 90% of the crystals that come into my store never make it out of the Crystal Cluster. They never make it to a public sale. They are crystal vultures. They go for it. They have no hesitation. They wipe me out. Even when I think, oh, I don't buy huge numbers. I may buy, plus it depends on how much I can get, but at most I may buy 20, maybe 30 of a particular type of crystal. And I think, oh, I'm going to have enough left over for a public sale. Oh, no, 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 no. They prove me wrong all the time. They snatch it all up. But the third thing that we do is continuing education. The 4th Monday of the month at, what time is it, Susan? 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We get online for an hour and it's either question and answer and we're sharing. Everybody is chiming in with answers, or we're talking about unique ways that we're using crystals, or we have a guest speaker. I've had a lot of guest speakers come in, including some miners. The Brazilian miners have come in and talked to us. I had a feng shui expert come in 2 months ago. Um, I'll share specific rituals that I do with crystals. And Susan, just to give you a heads up, I think I'm going to start doing that every month. I'm going to pick a crystal that has been available. This month, it's, I think, the Fairy Forest Epidote or just Epidote and Quartz. And I'm going to walk everybody through a ritual that I do to connect with the crystal and get the most out of it. So it is continuing education beyond these classes. Okay. So,
Allie, could I put in another plug for it?
yes.
If you're in Australia and you don't want to watch it at the time we're watching it, once you're in the group, like there, Allie has the videos of all of the former ones. So ones I've missed, I'm going back and rewatching them, taking notes on them, organizing my notes in a folder. You can put a topic in and search by the topic and find the videos on that. Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
great.
Yep, thank you. Everything is recorded. So, yeah, Kelly, there's another lady from Australia. She lives in Werribee. And if she's not on live, I mean, because it's basically late morning for you all when we do it, the recording is there. So there's a
Thank you.
monthly fee, or you can
Thank
buy the
you,
annual
Susan.
fee, but it's a great group.
Okay, thank you. That's good info. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. It's a fun group. So you can always test it out with just a monthly membership, but you save like 30, it's not much. Um,
Mhm.
you save like 33% with the annual. The annual membership comes out to like $8 a month. I mean, it's not much. Um, but it's tremendous like continuing education because I'm always continuing my education. It never ends for me. And as I learn stuff, I'm either putting it into a class, or if it doesn't really fit into a class, I take it to the crystal cluster.
Mhm.
So, and we learn from each other. It is a really cool group of ladies.
Yeah.
Um, what else to do? Keep working with your crystals. Okay. The more you connect with them, the better you will feel and the more confident you will feel using them with your companion animals. You know, just start practice by brushing your pets with the crystals. Practice layouts, see how they respond. Practice building grids. And the grids are important because if you want to go to the advanced class, I like those students to have some confidence in building grids. Like, yep, I know how to activate them. I understand the thought process. I'm not asking for 100% success, just having some confidence. And that, I can't tell you how many grids to build to have confidence, but anywhere from 5 to 10 grids, usually you start feeling a little confident. And if you, after taking this class, you're now eligible to go to the advanced class. The advanced class is 19 hours. And the online, we're doing about 4.5 hours a day, just like this, same setup, same time frame on a Saturday and Sunday. And I go very, very deep. The science is brain intensive. I'm going much deeper into the science, much deeper into sacred geometry, the geology of crystals. I start talking about the energy shift. We are in an energy shift. A lot of people don't understand it, but they see it. Our world is different. I mean, here in the United States, we are messed up. We are messed up. We are like, I equate it to a snow globe, the snow globes that you shake. We basically have an energetic child shaking the snow globe, tipping it upside down, and everything is reworking into new energies. That's the most simplistic way I can describe it. But I go into what exactly is happening. Why is all of this happening? And how do crystals play a part? How do they play a part? I also go into the 12 master crystals. I talk about, at this point, 25 advanced crystals that I work with at a more advanced level. We add more chakras. Now, these chakras relate to us, they don't relate to animals. I go into advanced grids, advanced body layouts, advanced crystal tools, and then at that point, you are eligible for certification. So, with this class and the advanced class, it opens up the certified animal crystal practitioner certification. And you have 90 days, and I'm not even going to go through the requirements, but um, that is open to you after the advanced class. So at this point, you can tell people that you've taken 8 hours of crystal healing for energy or crystal healing for animals. There's just no certification at this point until the advanced. So I do offer 3 different types of certifications, and there is an animal certification. Um, Oh, there it is. Yeah. Take the advanced class. There's a quiz. Everybody passes the quiz. It's super easy. And you just have to create a grid, create a body layout, do sessions with pets. Um, it's pretty easy, but it makes you do the work at the same time. So, if you don't have these books, I've written these books, The Oily Pet, The Oily Crystal. You can go to my website. You can use this coupon code, get them for 10 off. And last but not least, Susan's in the Sacred Shift. This is a really, really neat community that I have, and I only open joining the group twice a year, and it's coming up. The month of December, I am opening it. I'm also doing an online class, and it will be recorded. It's going to be December 3rd, which is a Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. I will hopefully remember, I'm going to make myself a note so that I do remember to send you the link where I will go through a little of what we talk about in this community. This is a community of women where I am sharing what is happening in this energy shift. We talk about crystals, we talk about essential oils, we talk astrology, we talk the Earth's Schumann resonance frequency, solar flares. We talk about the different seasons, the different months, because they each have their own energy. Detoxing the body so that physically we feel better in this shift. What food should we be eating seasonally so we feel better in this shift? Because a lot of people don't feel good right now and they don't know why. Physically, they feel sick and they don't know why. Emotionally, they are a roller coaster and they don't know why, which then impacts their animals. I break it down every month. I literally bring together all of my certifications, all 10 healing and coaching certifications to help you understand what's happening and give you the tools, and you decide what you want to work with. So this is coming up. If you are interested, you can actually go to my website. You can read more about it. Every month we have sacred lessons that we dive into. And this is like such a beautiful spiritual community. We meet up twice a month online. We've got a Facebook page. There's just a lot that goes on in this community, and I see the shifts that everybody is having. So, Susan, you're in it. Not that I'm asking you for a testimonial, but do you want to
Yes,
share?
I am glad to. Hey, Christmas is coming up. If you know somebody wants to give you a Christmas gift, want that. But also, I just told my husband he did the first year. He's like, okay, that can be your Christmas gift. I'm like, okay, it's the gift that keeps on giving. I'm not even asking him anymore. I just renewed my membership. I think this is my 3rd year. And I mean, I'm not the same person I was when I started that. And anyway, Yeah, I can't say enough, but it's life-changing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And the community, we're going into our 5th year of this, and I find people just keep renewing over and over again because just as soon as you feel better in one area, it opens the door to work on the next, and it opens the door to work on the next. So, yeah, you are would be very, very welcome to join this community. And, if this is your thing, like you're gonna, again, it's a group of like-minded women, and the things we talk about, it's a blend of science, it's a blend of spirituality, because it's not just one or the other. It's really understanding everything. And like, I love doing the real time, like, this is what is happening right now in the energies, because then it helps us when we look at how like, just how society is reacting to stuff. It's like, I do not need to freak out. I do not need to drop into fear. If I drop into fear, Rudy's gonna feel it. I need to keep myself together. I'm not sticking my head in the sand. I am managing my energy because I know how. I know how. I know what's happening. I'm going to flow with it. I'm going to be aware. I have all these tools that I can work with, including crystals. And yeah, it's a really neat community. So that is there. I'll put links in this email. And if you want to check it out, if you want to join, you're super welcome. It's a really awesome community. It's not too big, not too small. It's like just right. I love it. So, okay, that's all I got. And do you have any last questions that you haven't asked? I mean, you can always email me if you think of something, but is there anything right now that you have a question for?
Hey, I have a question. Do you have the dates for the advanced animal crystal class on you? You know what they
Um,
are?
I do not. I know that they will be in March.
Okay.
It'll be a Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, because it's going to be 4 separate days to cover 19 hours. I don't specifically have the days yet, but I know it's March. I
Okay.
should I should have those no later than January 1st. So check my website. Like right now on there, it says enrollment opens in January. So in the beginning of January, you'll start seeing the dates and the registration links coming in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being here. Well, let me ask you this. Did you get questions answered that you had coming into this class? Did you get what you needed?
Yes, I did, Ali. I found the course super interesting. I mean, I've been reading about and I've even done a crystal course before, a few years ago, but I was drawn to you because of the science part behind it. That is what you never find. So it adds a whole new layer of understanding for me that I'm just waiting to get more involved in. Like I've only just touched the surface now. We've got a long way to go to fully understand that. And I also love that you focus on the animals as well, because I come from a background in rescue animals. And, I even, when a shelter was closing down, they were going to euthanize the remaining cats and kittens. So I took on 10 of them plus two of my own. And I was only renting at the time. And in order to do that, I couldn't find anywhere that would let us rent with that many cats. So I had an acquaintance who knew of someone who had an empty block of land. So we went and quickly made a makeshift shelter for the cats, and I lived in a tent for 6 months beside them
Oh
until
my
I could find a place that would let me rent. And oh, it was a crazy time. It was, like 500 k's in the middle of nowhere in New South Wales, like away from the coast. And that's the only place I could find.
God.
And I was lucky to find work there though, so that kept us going. And yeah, a lot of unusual experiences with that, but all of those cats got to live out a long, healthy, happy life. So we're
Wow. That
6 months.
that is amazing. That good for you. Like, oh my gosh. I love that. I love that.
I just couldn't I could not see that happen to them after, you build relationships with them, as you know, when you're working closely with them every day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just thought with my heart, not with my head. But so it was very challenging, yet very rewarding as well. But yeah, so now I'm just down to 3 cats, and things are a lot more calm at home. But and we do have a permanent roof over our heads. I own this place now, so I will go into rescue work again. But yeah, I'm drawn to that. So I find that this course is very inspiring for me, being an animal lover and a crystal lover.
Yeah.
I also have a partner that enjoys fossicking, so we go out looking for our own crystals and gems and rocks. Got all sorts of rocks here, so
Nice.
I'm lucky. I'm very supported that way, and he's very adventurous. So he takes me into all these places that I would never go on my own.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing.
So thank you, and yes, I do intend to come back in March.
Okay.
And
Fantastic.
yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. And I know the time difference challenging for you and not feeling well, but I mean, gosh, you you stayed through the whole thing. So for all of
And
you, thank you for being here. So
and so that will be the same in March as well. Like you have to attend
yeah.
in order to get the video recordings.
Yeah, because that's the thing. There are many online teachers that offer pre-recorded sessions and you watch it at your leisure. That's not how I teach. It's
Yeah.
like you all drive the conversation based on your questions.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you have the workbook. I let the workbook guide the agenda, but I'm not reading the workbook to you. You all can read the workbook. It's working with who you all are. What kind of animals do you have? You know, if I have a veterinarian in the group, that's going to change some of the conversation. If I have all, you know, farm people and they have cows and goats and sheep, I'm not going to be talking a lot about cats and dogs. So I adjust to based on who's in the room and your questions, and that's why it has to be live. So, um,
Yeah, makes sense.
yeah, yeah, I was never going to take these classes online, but then COVID hit.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I need to adjust, but now I have certified crystal healers in Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Canada, England, France. It's like I never would have reached any of you. So yeah, it's the recordings are there if you need to go back because it's like, ooh, Allie said something about this and it was in this section and you can find it, but it's being here. Like I just don't want to talk to a blank screen.
Yeah, there's nothing like one-on-one. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of teachers have pre-recorded. And when I participate in a lot of online events, I was just in the Crystal Healing Summit a couple weeks ago and I had to pre-record my presentation. I didn't get interaction with anybody. I don't
Mm.
know who watched it unless I got an email from somebody, and I did get a couple of emails. That's not the same. So that's why I'm different. I offer a live class and I supplement it with the recording afterward. But I know it's hard for you, so I just give you, a lot of credit for being here and adjusting your schedule. So thank you for that.
Wouldn't be, yes, thank you, but it wouldn't be quite as hard if I wasn't sick. So hopefully next time
Yeah. Yeah.
won't have that. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else before we end?
Well, I just wanted to say I came mainly because last June, Kara and I took our Shelties to Petco to get groomed,
Mhm.
and they came home with kennel cough. Well, my guy came home with kennel cough, and like 6 weeks later, her Sheltie got it, and it kicked off chronic illnesses for both of them.
Mm.
Where he's got that idiopathic eosinophilitis or whatever. Anyway, it's allergic type thing that has no cure
Yeah.
and still on antibiotics. And her dog has ended up with pulmonary hypertension and pneumonia. And the cough led to them discovering the pulmonary hypertension. So it's kind of like, they're 11 years old, they're getting all these meds. What can we do to help them? I already found out he had an affinity for the blue crystals. So he had some big ones in his crate and was like, I would find him sleeping on them.
Yeah.
But I wanted to know, like, what can we do for Kara's dog? And I thought, you don't have anything in that list about cardiac, but hey, pink, rose quartz, rhodochrosite. I know that from us, but
Mhm.
I need to hear you say it to
Mhm.
know, yes, that's good for them. And so I have all kinds of directions for where to go,
Good.
for helping them to have the most vitality and health
Yeah.
that they
Yeah.
can.
Oh, yeah. And rose quartz. Yeah. Just all the minerals that are in it. It's going to get the blood flowing. It's just going to get things going. So, yeah. Yeah. And a lot of people don't think about rose quartz when it comes to like lung issues or heart issues. It's like, that's a kind of a good crystal to work with.
So thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Ali, can I just ask, have you heard of that crystal they only discovered, I think it was about 2 years ago, Altara from Brazil?
How do you spell that?
Altara. So it's Altara or Altara. I did order some online because I was very, very drawn to it. And then I dreamt about it as well. And it presented itself with a symbol that I've never been able to figure out in my dreams.
Oh,
Terra quartz, another name for terra quartz.
no,
Yes.
I'm looking it up right now. There's not a lot of information about it.
It's quite rare, but I managed to get a couple of pieces.
It looks like it comes from Brazil.
It's
Yeah.
Botero words.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, this is. I'm gonna have to research it. I'll even check in with my Brazil miners that I
It can
with.
it does contain the blue tara
Mhm.
stuff, but it also contains two other minerals as well, which is why they called it Altara.
Very interesting. Yeah, there's very little information. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's one business selling it, and Susan, you would recognize the Starbury Lemurian. She's one of the Starbury Lemurian ladies. She's got it on her. Yeah, there's just
Yeah.
very, very little about it. So, but yeah, I know my Brazilian source, they sell the blue Terra. So I'm going to ask them about this. So I Instagram message with them all the time. So Altara. Okay. I need to make a note. I had not seen that. Maybe it'll be all the rage when I go to Tucson.
Some of the dumortierite quartz and some of the blue terra quartz that I got from the Brazilian guy at Tucson in 2024
Mhm.
are Lemurians.
Yeah. I
And
love
I
the
didn't
Lemurian,
know it. I never checked because he wasn't selling them as Lemurians,
really.
any of them. And I'm like, they're Lemurians. A couple of them are Starberries. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's interesting, another website or another description came up that said it's glass that's being marketed as crystals. So these may
That,
not even be real.
Is that Endo?
yeah, that's Andara. Yes.
No, this says Altara. Alta because Andara absolutely is glass. But what I'm reading says Altara crystal
Okay.
is
Well, the way I learnt about it was there were two American ladies that own a lease on one of the mines
Mhm.
in Brazil. Um, because it was discovered there in Brazil,
Yeah.
they paid for the lease, and they, because they're very spiritual and things like that, they're the only ones that have put out information on it.
Yeah. That's the
And
Lemurian Rose lady.
yeah, she's one of them. And
Mhm.
then I don't know how this lady in Australia is how she come to know these ladies, but she sources it from them when it's
Mhm.
available from those two ladies. And that's how I got it. And whenever she has a sale, she hasn't had one in a long time, she said, because it had sort of dried up. They go like that. She'll do a live sale and they're gone within 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'll
So
have to, because on her website, she doesn't tell the physical features to explain why it has a different name. Because usually these crystals, there's like a physical feature. You can look at a shape or an etching or a striation, and it's why it has the name. She doesn't give any of that information, but I'm certain I love researching this stuff. So yeah, thank you. I'm gonna dig into this, see what I can find out.
great, thanks. My lady here gave a description of all of that the Lemurian Rose had given
Mm,
to her. So I've got it somewhere. If I dig it out, I can email it to you.
okay.
So a description of what minerals compose the Altara. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Very cool. Yeah, and I can even message my Brazil people and just ask them, hey,
Yeah,
do you have this? Can you bring it to Tucson? I'd love to get some.
they did send it off to a lab for testing.
Mhm.
So yeah, unless they faked all of that, it's meant to be real.
Yeah. Well, the other site that I was just reading, there could be people saying like making glass crystals and calling it Altera
Yeah,
just
that
to make a
happens all the
bunch of
time.
money. So it's like, yeah, it's you gotta know your source and really trust who you're buying from. So, and the Lemurian Rose Lady is very, very reputable. So, yeah,
Yeah,
very cool.
seems yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was lovely to spend the last 2 days with you. So I will send you recordings and I'll send you more information. If I don't send the email today, you'll get it sometime tomorrow. So let me know if you have any questions. And thanks for being here.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. I'll
Okay,
talk
see
to
you
you.
guys soon.
Take
Bye.
care.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.